Some stories aren't just told. They're born from the raw edge of survival, where a father's love collides with a world that wants his daughter dead. This is a third-person retelling of She Rides Shotgun by Jordan Harper, a story inspired by the iconic Shogun Assassin and the classic criminal parent-child road tales like Lone Wolf and Cub, reimagined for the brutal backroads of modern America. First published in 2017, this Edgar Award-winning debut has become a worldwide sensation in crime fiction. Its author, Jordan Harper, is the acclaimed writer known for gripping works like The Last King of California and Everybody Knows. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted into a major motion picture in 2025, starring Taron Egerton. This is my own narrative perspective, not a word-for-word reading. By the end, you may find yourself questioning the choices that define family and what you do to protect it. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details from the film, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The visuals are created by today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they'll help you visualize the action. So bear with my request. The story begins. His skin carried a history of tattoos and knife scars. In his own mind, Crazy Craig Hollington stood as a god. Crazy Craig Hollington, a lifer at Pelican Bay and president of the Aryan Steel prison gang, ruled over every dirty white boy in California from inside a supermax cell where the lights burned 24 hours a day. He owned nothing firmer than a Q-tip. Guards rolled a shower stall to his door twice a week to keep him isolated from the other prisoners. Yet he remained a god built from other men. He used men as his mouth. Bent guards on Aryan Steel's payroll carried death warrants out of Supermax and delivered them to connected white boys in general population. He used men as his blood. They passed the warrants through the prison on kites, pieces of paper swung on strings between cells. The orders began with a call to all solid soldiers on the block or on the street, and ended with the motto, "Steel forever, forever steel." Between those lines lay a vendetta naming 3 targets, a man, a woman, and a child. The warrants spelled out precise acts of bloodshed in pure Old Testament fury. He used men as his feet. The cons smuggled the warrants into the outside world through pigpen ciphers hidden in letters home, thumbtack braille punched into deposition paperwork, and dried piss painted on envelope backs that only appear when held to fire. In visiting rooms, a Featherwood slipped dope in a kiss, while her man whispered the warrants back to her. The orders spread across California wherever Peckerwood gangsters and white trash hustlers gathered, in Slabtown, Sun Valley, and Fontucky. They traveled through Aryan Steel Associates, wannabes, and allied shitkicker gangs, Peckerwood Nation, the Nazi Dope Boys, the Bloodskins, Odin's Bastards. He used men as his eyes. A pair of skinheads in Huntington Beach, strung out on a 3-day crank binge, turned the warrants into wanted posters. They added the pictures, quoted the orders, and tacked on rumors. They pulled the man's mugshot and a photo of the woman and child together. The posters circulated. Faces and facts were memorized. He used men as his hands. Within days, the posters reached a man with a throat-cut tattoo and ambitions fueled by fuck you money. Addresses were gathered, plans were drawn, weapons were secured, blood pacts were sealed. His will would be done. In Fontana, she carried the slumped shoulders of a loser and hid behind her hair, yet Polly possessed gunfighter eyes. Her mother often mentioned those eyes after a few whiskey drinks, when she could speak of her ex-husband without rage. She would crunch ice and describe the pale blue shade shared with Wild Bill Hickok, Jesse James, and fighter pilots, eyes sniper schools sought. Polly never admitted what she really thought. The whole idea sounded like nonsense. She wasn't a gunfighter and did no violence except to the raw skin around her fingernails and lips, which she chewed constantly. She rarely thought about gunfighter eyes until the afternoon she stepped out of Fontana Middle School and found herself staring into her father's. The eyes were the same faded blue as her own, but something beneath the surface made her heart pound in her throat. Later, she would understand that eyes reflect not only what they see, but everything they have already seen. Polly had not seen her father in nearly half her 11 years, yet she recognized him instantly. And with that recognition came cold certainty. He must have broken out. Her dad was a robber and a bad guy who belonged in prison. He had always preferred that life over being a husband or father. Her mother said he still had at least 4 more years left in Susanville, assuming good behavior, something she doubted Nate McClusky could ever manage. Letters had stopped years ago. If he stood here now, he had escaped. Polly wondered whether she should run or scream for a teacher. Instead, fear locked her in place. Any adult who glanced their way would notice something wrong. Her father looked nothing like the other soft-bodied parents with their soft eyes. His face was carved from rough stone, covered in tattoos of dragons, eagles, and axe-wielding men, the kind boys doodled in notebooks. His muscles stood out sharply, as if his skin had been peeled away and ink driven straight into the tissue. His dirty blonde hair, matching her own in old photos, was now shaved clean. An unfamiliar expression tightened his features, one that made her stomach twist worse. It was a hot day under a dirty sky. Kids hurried to their parents' air-conditioned cars, ignoring her the way lions ignore gazelles when they already have blood on their jaws. Even in this terrifying moment with her escaped convict father looming over her, Polly felt a loser's quiet relief at being overlooked. Madison Cartwright, who had first nicknamed her Polly Pudding-Ass in 4th grade, bumped into her while staring at her phone. Madison wore new clothes, already had breasts, and moved through life with effortless confidence. Her glare felt like heat beams. She opened her mouth to deliver something sharp, then spotted Polly's father with his muscles, dragons, and gunfighter eyes. She turned and hurried away, mouth still open in shock. Now only Polly and her father remained, standing in the dirty air with silence stretched between them like a high noon standoff. He spoke her name in a voice rough as wool, and asked if she knew who he was. Her tongue felt too thick to answer. She nodded hard and reached behind her to squeeze the ear of the teddy bear poking from her backpack. The small pressure steadied her. He told her she was coming with him right now, no time for fuss, then turned and walked toward the street. Her mind screamed at her to run inside, find Mr. Richardson, or yell for help. The urges to flee and scream burned strong, yet she shoved them down where she buried everything else and followed him anyway. He led her to an old, battered car with all windows rolled down. She climbed in, backpack between her knees so the bear's single-scratched black eyes stared up at her. The ignition slot where the key belonged was empty, exposing metal and wires. Her father pulled a long, dull screwdriver from under the seat, jammed it in, and twisted. The engine coughed but refused to start. Putting together the missing key and her father's criminal nature, Polly realized she sat inside a stolen car. She glanced back at the school, half hoping to see her old self still standing under that dirty sky. She unzipped her backpack and lifted out the bear. He stood a foot tall, brown with faded white on his paws, ears, and snout. One black glass eye was gone, leaving only a dry glue patch. With practiced hands, she made him move with liquid grace, as if alive. Her father asked if she wasn't a little old for teddy bears. The bear shook its head. No, in her hands. He gave her the look. People always did when she animated the toy. The silent question of whether she was crazy. Polly knew she was too old. She knew the bear was only stuffing and fuzz. She simply didn't care. She probably was crazy. She watched the bear dance across her fingers until calm enough to ask the question burning inside her since the moment she saw him. "Did you break out?" Her father exhaled through his nose in something close to a laugh. He told her he hadn't broken out. He'd been released on lawyer technicalities. The explanation only thickened the fog in Polly's head. A prison break would have been something solid she could grasp. This made no sense at all. He finally coaxed the engine awake. Before he could pull away, something in the rearview mirror snapped him upright. Polly twisted to look. A police cruiser drifted past at school-zone speed. For the first time in her life, the whole world felt like a single pane of glass that could explode at any second. The cruiser vanished. Her father muttered something under his breath that sounded to her like, "Goddamn zombie walking," though the words made no sense. The fragile glass feeling stayed with Polly long after the car had gone. He eased into traffic. In the side mirror, she caught her own reflection and suddenly understood the strange look she had seen on his face back at school. It was fear. Exactly the same fear that lived on her own face every day. He drove with both hands locked on the wheel as if it might try to escape, signaling every lane, change, every turn. He stayed quiet. At a sprawling sports store, he parked and told her to stay put. If anyone bothered her, she was to lean on the horn and he would come running. Polly watched him walk inside. Only then did she notice how badly she needed to pee. She chewed a hangnail until it tore free in a bright spark of pain, kicked her heels against the dash, then dug out her library book on UFOs. Space had always made sense to her. After all, she was from Venus. 3 years after her father disappeared and stopped writing, 9-year-old Polly had decided she came from Venus. She knew it wasn't literally true. She wasn't delusional, but it explained everything. The day she stopped doing homework, the principal pulled her out of class. A woman in a white sweater timed her through mazes, word associations, block puzzles. Later, her mother described the bell curve. Most people in the middle, the slow ones on the left, and Polly all the way on the right. Her mother had looked at her sideways, as if the news were a secret Polly had been hiding. That night, Polly read about Venus. Pale and tranquil from a distance, but beneath the clouds, nothing but acid storms and jagged rock. The words fit her perfectly. Calm outside, screaming winds inside. She was from Venus. That was why her brain never stopped spinning, why she couldn't talk easily to anyone, why the other kids smelled something wrong and kept their distance. It didn't matter that it wasn't real. It only mattered that it was true. Now alone in the stolen car, her Venus mind kept looping the same frantic questions. Why had he come for her? Why the stolen car? Why did he keep checking over his shoulder? Where was Mom? Even if the lawyer story was true, Polly knew her mother would never have sent him. She would have asked a neighbor or woken her stepfather. "Run," her brain ordered. "Get out." But something heavier than fear kept her anchored. When her father returned with a plastic bag, her hand slipped off the door handle. She stayed. They drove west into the setting sun. He bought fast food and checked him into a cheap motel in Rancho Cucamonga. The room smelled of burnt rubber. Low orange light poured through the window, silhouetting him as he locked the door. Polly hurried to the bathroom, then came back to find him dumping the bag onto the table. She ate chicken nuggets on the bed and let the bear sip from her orange drink, rubbing its belly in satisfied circles. One by one, he laid out his purchases. A child-sized metal baseball bat, black hoodie and sweatpants, black ski mask, and a long hunting knife that caught the light like a warning. He flipped the bat and offered her the handle. She swallowed hard and took it. The metal felt icy against her burning palms. He held up the chair cushion as a target and told her to swing. Her first attempt was weak and clumsy, the bat barely grazing the fabric. Gym class humiliations flashed through her, kids watching her fail at sit-ups and cartwheels. He dropped to his knees beside her, smelling of salt and sweat, and adjusted her stance with rough hands. She swung again. Still wrong. He hid his frustration poorly. Acid whines howled inside her. Finally, he set the cushion aside. He gave her clear orders. When he left, she was to barricade the door with a chair. Only open for his special knock. 2 pause. 3. If anyone forced their way in, she was to swing the bat hard at their knee, then at their head. And if she saw anyone with a blue lightning bolt tattoo on their arm, she was not to stop swinging until they stopped moving. The instructions might as well have been orders to fly. Her whole body felt overstuffed with blood, pulse hammering in her fingertips and ears. He changed into the black sweats and hoodie, knife and mask in his pockets. He warned her again. Stay in the room. This was life and death. Terror flooded her like drowning. She begged him not to go, the plea scraping out as little more than a rasp. He stood there a moment, looking at the floor as if he might say something more or reach for her, but he only told her not to stop swinging and walked out. Polly stood alone in the sudden dark. Every night sound pressed against her skin. She locked the door, wedged the chair under the knob, then climbed onto the bed with the bat beside her and the bear in her arms. The bear patted her sleeve in slow comfort. It didn't matter that the bear wasn't real. It only mattered that he was true. Finding his ex-wife Avis knifed dead on the bedroom floor beside her new man didn't give Nate every answer. The real one came from the cigarette ash floating on the beer can left on the living room table. That ash answered the question that had been echoing in his head since his brother Nick's ghost first asked it. Are they hunting her? He had left Polly at the motel and broken into Avis's house, expecting to see her body. He found it, and it told him he was damned. That by staying alive this long, he had doomed both Avis and her man. But it hadn't told him what to do next. Nick had been the one who raised him after their father died in a construction accident when Nate was 4. Nick taught him how to talk, how to fight, when to lie, and when not to. He taught him that the strongest thing a man could do was take more than his share of pain. At 11, he dragged Nate to a gym and showed him how to swallow a punch. At 16, he handed him a pistol and mask outside a liquor store and taught him how to rob, how good it felt, and that honest work was for suckers. By the time Nate went to prison, Nick's voice lived inside his head, telling him what to do. Even after Nick died, that voice stayed loud and clear. Are they hunting her? Avis's husband lay face down on the bed in his underwear, skull crushed clearly killed first while he slept. The tape windows and white noise machine showed he worked 3rd shift at the battery factory. Avis had died fighting on the floor, kitchen knife still in her hand. The twisted angle of her body, the way her face turned away so the star tattoo on her neck showed, burned into Nate forever. He remembered the day she got that star. They had been summer day drunk, young and electric and bruising in love. She waitressed at a chain restaurant. He sold weed and robbed places with Nick. She said she liked that he was an outlaw, though sometimes her eyes told another story. They drove his old Dodge convertible to the quick shop. Ironically, one he and Nick had robbed a month earlier, grabbed ice, Coke, and whiskey. Ice cream headaches hit fast before they spiked the rest with liquor. On the way to the tattoo parlor, he asked why a star and why on her neck. She smiled and said it was special and she'd tell him someday. He didn't push. They had all the time in the world because they weren't ever going to die. He held her hand while the needle worked just below her skull. She lied that it didn't hurt. Driving back with the top down, she fingered the fresh gauze, flashed her rocket smile, and told him to pull over. They drove into the hills and went at each other before the car even stopped. As he moved inside her, he lifted his head in triumph and saw a condor circling overhead, watching to see if they were already dead. He remembered her slick skin, the animals shine in her eyes and believed they would never die. Not today, not ever. Now he stood over her corpse, fingers clutching useless air, wanting to choke the world if only he could find its neck. His anger had caused all this. Anger at anyone who tried to force his hand or tell him what to do. He should have let Chuck gut him back in Susanville. He could have died for his own sins then. He should go upstairs, find her new man's guns, and taste the barrel. But he couldn't. Nate had ruined everything, starting the day he let Nick take him on that first stick-up, and every choice since. He owned it. With Avis and her man dead because of him, he was beyond redemption. The bitter irony was that his own death was fair payment. And he would pay it if he could, but not yet. Not until he knew the answer. Are they hunting her? And the darker follow-up, do you have to stay alive or do you have to die? The green light from Crazy Craig had named Nate dead, and it had named Avis and Polly too. He had read the lines in Susanville on the eve of his release. He has a woman, he has a daughter. Would they really kill a child? Even if Avis and Nate were gone, would these berserkers hunt a little girl? He had to know before he decided his next move. The ashy beer can gave him the answer. He knew Avis hated smoke. Her asthma came from her chain-smoking old man, and she never allowed cigarettes in the house. No Aryan Steel cowboy would linger for a smoke after a double murder unless they had a reason, unless they were waiting for someone. The beer can meant they were true to their word. They were hunting Polly. It was Nate's fault. He would pay with his life if he could, but first he had to get her to Stockton with his cousins. Then he would turn his rage on Aryan Steel and force them to lift the green light on her. Standing in the dark, a cold kind of relief settled over him. The days ahead would be brutal, but at least now he knew what he had to do. Are they hunting her? Yes. Do you have to stay alive? Until I save this girl I've damned. He left Avis and her man where they lay. He owed her better, but choice was gone. He went upstairs to pack a bag for Polly and look for guns. In the Antelope Valley, Polly recognized the scuff on the suitcase her father carried to the car that morning. It had happened last summer when her stepdad Tom dropped it downstairs in Big Bear while they looked at snow. That meant her father had been inside her house. Either her mom knew she was with him, or something worse. Something as big as Venus bearing down on her. They had driven out of the Inland Empire, up a steep hill that popped her ears, then down into open land of alfalfa fields. Yellow poppies carpeted the left side of the road, dreaming flowers like the ones that put Dorothy to sleep. Polly knew better than to wish this was all a dream. Her father said they were going to see a woman named Big Carla, an old friend of his, and her mom's from back when they still had friends in common. She worked at a gas station up here. Big Carla would take Polly the rest of the way to Stockton so he could handle some business. His cousin Zach would take her in. She'd be safe there, as safe as anywhere. Polly said she wanted to go back to Mom. He kept his hands on the wheel and eyes on the road. A vein stood out on the side of his forehead. She didn't remember it being there before. He repeated that getting her to Stockton with the cousins was the plan. She wondered what would happen if she jumped from the moving car, whether she would skip like a stone or just skid to a bloody stop. Red nail marks lined her arms. She had scratched them raw without noticing. The storm she kept battened down inside was starting to claw its way out. She couldn't let it. She ground her teeth. The bear kissed its paw and pressed it gently to the scratches. She hugged him tighter. The gas station sat across from an alfalfa farm. A sign read Sunshine Market with a cartoon sun and sunglasses waving overhead. He pulled into the gravel lot and parked in the shade of a wooden water tank. White gravel blasted light and heat into her eyes as they walked to the store. She stumbled against him and jerked away before he could steady her. Inside, it felt 2 seasons colder. A man in a creased cowboy hat and cannonball gut scratched lotto tickets at the counter with a thick thumbnail. Junk food aisles split the store. In back, near the cold drinks, a young man in a trucker cap lingered over canned beer. He stole a glance at Polly that raised goose flesh on her arms, maybe from the cold, maybe not. When she looked again, he had turned back to the beer. The woman behind the counter looked roughly her father's age or a decade older. Big Carla, he had called her, and the name fit. Everything about her was large, from the way her chest strained her motorcycle t-shirt to her round arms, round brown eyes, and teased-up hair. She greeted Nate with a warm, "Good to see you, honey," and leaned across the counter for an awkward hug. Polly watched her father accept it stiffly. He disliked being touched as much as she did. Carla's voice lifted into something brighter as she turned to Polly, saying she hadn't seen her since she was a baby and marveling at how she had grown. Polly never knew what to say to that kind of talk. Her gaze slid to the wall behind the counter, plastered with canceled checks stamped in red ink, and a note card reading "Deadbeats." The word looked like something nightmarish scrawled in blood. A terrible certainty settled over her. Something unstoppable and awful waited here. Carla told her she would spend the day at the store, and then they would take a car trip together once her shift ended. Didn't that sound fun? Polly wanted to refuse, but stayed silent. Carla asked if she was shy. Her father told Polly to go get a soda and let them talk. She walked down the chip aisle, trailing her fingers over the plastic bags so they rustled, and stopped halfway to listen. The adults kept their voices low and urgent, the way her mom and stepdad did when they argued in private. He said the money should cover Polly for a while, and that he would come for her once she was safe. Carla asked if it was dirty money. He told her all money was dirty, and to just take it, he could get more. When she asked about Avis, he warned her not to dig any deeper into this than she already was. Some questions were better left unanswered. Carla agreed to drive Polly to Stockton. He said he had things to handle and couldn't keep a girl with him. Carla told him to settle down and offered food. Polly's pulse hammered. The storm she kept locked inside swelled until she felt she might split open like the overcooked hot dog spinning on the rack. The man in the trucker cap reached for the cooler door. His sleeve rolled up, revealing a blue zigzag tattoo on his shoulder. Lightning. Blue lightning. He walked out empty-handed, started his car but stayed put, phone to his ear. Polly hurried back to her father and touched her own bicep, whispering about the blue lightning on the man's arm, the exact warning he had given her. Everything accelerated. Carla's smile vanished and she bolted. Nate seized her by the hair. The cowboy at the counter cursed and ran, scratchers fluttering to the floor. Her father cursed too, drew the pistol from his pocket, pressed it to Carla's head, and demanded to know who she had told. Polly's legs carried her before her mind caught up. She slammed through the door, bare first. Sunlight blinded her. The tattooed man appeared from nowhere, calling her sugar, a knife glittering in his hand. Her muscles froze. A strong arm scooped her from behind. Her father's scent, his grip. He held her tight with one arm and aimed the pistol at the man with the other. Warm urine soaked her pants. Beyond the man, cars rolled past and poppies swayed, as if the world had not just shattered. Her father ordered the man to drop the knife. He did. Then to kick it away. He did. Nate delivered a message for the Steel. Stop coming. The man said they had already gotten his woman. Polly felt her father's legs buckle slightly before he tightened his hold on her. He answered that made them even, and told the man to let it be. The man laughed that Nate was already a dead man walking, a zombie, and that went for the girl too. For a frozen second, they hung there, while distant thunder rolled across a clear sky. Her father asked if the man had called in backup. The smile said yes. Nate warned that they would be gone before anyone arrived, and that the Steel would lose more than they gained. The man reminded him he was the one holding the gun, but that the whole world was after him, and you can't kill the world. Her father backed him to the car without ever turning away from the man, then shoved Polly inside. She scrambled to the passenger seat as he climbed in. They sped back the way they had come. The clear sky thunder grew louder. 4 motorcycles passed the other direction, riders inked and scarred, black leather on their backs. Polly twisted to see the patches, a bearded, one-eyed man, and the words, "Odin's Bastards." Only then did she notice the wet patch at her crotch. Shame should have come, but the thing she had been stuffing down had taken up every inch of her. The man's words looped in her head. "Heard we got your woman already?" Until her brain forced the pieces together and would not let her hide. Somebody inside her asked out loud if he had killed her mom. He said no. Somebody inside her said she was dead, though. The look he gave her was answer enough. But he confirmed it anyway and told her he was sorry. The storm inside her tore free in a raw war cry. She grabbed the door handle, popped it open, stared at the blurring gravel, and jumped. The volume of the world surged as Polly yanked the door open. Before Nate could process what she was doing, she jumped feet first. Both his hands left the wheel on a raw instinct. He lunged across the seat, fingers snagging her hair. It went taut as her lower body left the car, shoes skipping on asphalt. He hauled her back inside, got his left hand on the wheel, and saw they had drifted into the oncoming lane. A flatbed loaded with migrant workers barreled toward them. He wrenched the wheel. The car fish-tailed, gut-twisting float in his stomach, and slid to a stop on the gravel shoulder in a cloud of dust. Polly let out another animal sound, far past grief. The screams collapsed into shaking tears that jolted through her whole body like electric shocks. Nate sat there, knowing he should reach for her, hold her, but he had no idea how. That wasn't something Nick had ever taught him. So he simply drove, once she had cried herself empty. She finally slept curled against the passenger door, out of reach, clutching the bear in a death grip and smearing tear snot across its head. From the corner of his eye, Nate studied the girl. The only parts of himself he recognized in her were those gunfighter eyes and the buried rage she had just shown him. He didn't know whether the old cowboy had called the cops or if Odin's bastards would double back. All he knew for certain was that the only thing left in his life was keeping this girl safe. Sending her to Stockton was off the table now. She was no safer there than anywhere else. He couldn't hand her to the law. Nick's voice in his head would never allow it. Group homes and orphanages were just cages full of predators, and Polly was prey. Nate knew exactly how dangerous cages could be. He had done 5 quiet years in prison with his head down. The Sharks respected his brother's name. Nick the stick-up king, Nick the killer, and that reputation bought him safe passage even after Nick died. The protection had been so complete it left a kind of background radiation. Later, Nate realized it had ruined him. Because he never had to fight, everyone assumed he couldn't. If he had let the anger out even once in those first 5 years, maybe Chuck Hollington never would have tried him. Like so much of the bad news in Nate's life, his release had started out looking like good news. A court-appointed appeal he had barely noticed had finally borne fruit. Misstated statements. A prosecutor willing to plead him down to time served to protect his conviction rate. The bottom line was simple. Freedom had suddenly appeared on the horizon. He had even let himself picture getting a job, maybe at a gym. He had helped Nick train for fights once. Maybe that was something he could still do. Nate lay beside the sleeping Polly, the urge rising to convince himself he had always planned this. Once free, he would make things right and truly know his daughter. But the lie wouldn't hold. Until the death warrants, he had barely thought of her at all. A week before his release, Ground Chuck Hollington cornered him during a mop break behind the boilers. Chuck's ruined face, pink raw hamburger where a meth cooker had exploded, twisted into a smile that could terrify a child. Blue thunderbolt tattoos marked kills for Aryan Steel on his arm. Brother to Crazy, Craig Hollington, the gang's president ruling from Pelican Bay isolation, Chuck had ignored Nate for 5 years. Now he offered a fist bump. Nate returned it, tension already coiling in his gut. Chuck asked what was good, then noted Nate was short timing. Nate confirmed a week left, each word feeling like a step on rotten wood ready to snap. Chuck pressed whether he had someone on the street to set him up. Nate lied that he had something cooking. Then Chuck mentioned the garage scam, how Aryan Steel used a prison auto shop to turn guards into drug mules by planting dope on their cars before service. The outside man handling drops had just been pinched on a domestic, his stash found during the search. Chuck let the math hang unspoken. They needed a new outsider. Nate was walking free. Simple. Accepting meant trading one prison for another with invisible walls. Aryan Steel never released its own. Nate felt the creak of that rotten bridge in his mind, heard what his dead brother Nick would urge. He shifted his weight. He told Chuck he was good, that he wanted to see what the world offered. Chuck's stance changed instantly. Left foot forward, body bladed, the unconscious shift of a fighter expecting blood. Nate mirrored him, adrenaline twitching his muscles. He took 3 deep breaths the way Nick had taught, the hot air steadying him. Chuck made it clear he wasn't asking. He was telling Nate what would happen. The words rose in Nate's skull as if Nick himself spoke them. Knowing how stupid it was, Nate let them out. He flipped Chuck the middle finger and spat the insult. The shank appeared from nowhere. Nate seized the knife wrist, grabbed Chuck's billy goat beard, hooked a foot behind his, twisted and slammed him to the concrete. Chuck's skull cracked against the floor. Nate followed him down, drove a knee into his liver, bent the arm, and pressed the shank to the soft hollow of his throat. One drop of blood welled. He knew the smart move was to let Chuck live, dodge the gang for a week, and walk free. That thought echoed even as he drove the blade down. It punched through the neck, the tip jarring against concrete beneath. Chuck died with wide, scared eyes and blood foaming from his mouth. Nate's middle finger the last thing he saw. Nate took 3 deep breaths. He had never killed before. The act felt smaller than expected. He washed his hands in the mop bucket, returned to the hallway, finished mopping, and reached his cell before the body was found and the prison locked down. That night he stared at the cell roof, unsure if the bridge had collapsed or if he had crossed. He wouldn't know until he hit bottom. Investigations followed. DOC detectives in cheap coats questioned everyone during a week-long lockdown. Inmates snitched for advantage, settling scores, clearing debts, or buying sleep. The hacks made no headway, but Aryan Steel ran its own probe. Word reached Crazy Craig in Pelican Bay. He ordered the killer found. A peckerwood named Dog, 4 blue bolts, Othala rune, jagged thumbnail, took charge in Susanville. Dog gouged out the eye of a black guerrilla family soldier named Cocaine during questioning at the card table, extracting a false confession, then another that didn't match details. Real guilt showed imperfect facts even under torture. They left Cocaine bleeding and half blind, triggering another lockdown. Nate counted days, hoping he had slipped away clean. The day before release, a scared 19-year-old white kid named Lewis slipped him a photocopied kite. Lewis whispered not to come out until he read it. The message declared open season on the race trader Nate McClusky, who had killed Chuck. Full green light on him, his woman Avis, and their daughter Polly and Fontana. They should die by blade. Salt the earth. Refusers joined the list. Completion meant guaranteed membership or franchise. Signed by Crazy Craig. Steel forever. Nate didn't know how they had learned the names or why Lewis warned him. Those questions no longer mattered. Only survival did. He stayed in his cell, back to the wall, every footstep on the walkway jolting him like electricity. Around midnight, taunts echoed through the block. Suggestions to jump, jokes about a white boy flying, dog's hoarse voice calling him a zombie walking. The chant spread, laughter rising. Morning came. Guards cuffed him for the final walk. No last-second hit materialized. They simply hadn't set it up in time. The zombie walking chorus followed him off the tier. He processed out, collected his old clothes and $300 gate money, tasted free air. Avis's number was dead. She had changed it. He hotwired an old car in 18 minutes. Felony following freedom that fast. Now pulled off the highway where the 138 met. The 14, Polly sleeping grief-exhausted beside him. Nate weighed his choices again. The rotten bridge felt worse this time, with his daughter strapped to his back. If nowhere was safe for her, she belonged with him. If they fell, they would fall together. It was all he could offer. In Mount Vernon, Polly moved through the next days as if underwater. Sounds muffled, limbs heavy, lights fracturing into prisms. She felt sealed, able to bear the ocean's weight without crushing. She thought of her mother's snorting laugh and flicking bottle caps, now gone because Nate's world had crashed back in. Whether she hated him remained distant, unreachable beneath the surface. They took another motel room below the highway among the Mexicans. Other whites made Nate touch the pistol in his pocket. Mexicans, he figured, carried no blue thunderbolts. They spoke only when necessary. In the room, they watched television. Nate began mornings with push-ups and shadow boxing. Polly watched while her bear did the same on the bed. They ate from taco trucks, but her stomach had shrunk. 3 bites at most, everything bland on her waterlogged tongue. Nate said they were waiting, without saying for what. Polly wondered if people were searching. Maria from school, Mrs. Ray her teacher, the police. It felt strange to be missing when she was right here. At night, while Nate snored, she considered slipping out with the bear to find them herself, but the underwater weight held her back. On the 3rd night, Nate declared he was done waiting. He dressed in dark clothes and a black hoodie that made him look every bit the criminal. He took out the pistol that had belonged to her stepfather, Tom, opened it to show the bullets, spun the cylinder, and snapped it shut, handling it roughly, unlike Tom's careful respect. Elsewhere in the motel, a couple's Spanish argument escalated into screams, crashes, and a call for la policía. The noise made Nate more jittery. He touched the gun, muttered curses, paced, threw air punches, and checked the window. He turned to Polly. He told her to come on. She was going with him. They drove to a block pressed against the mountains. Nate killed the headlights and let the car roll slow and silent. They stopped before the only house still lit. Pickup trucks and dirt bikes clustered out front. He cut the engine, opened his door. Guitar fuzz rolled through the night like sea monster bellows. Men laughed somewhere, loose and loud. He told her to stay put, no matter what she heard. He eased the door shut with a soft click and walked toward the side of the house, hand already inside his hoodie pocket on the pistol. Polly watched him disappear around the corner. Underwater, fear stayed distant. She wanted to know exactly where he was taking the gun. She turned to the bear and said they were going. The bear pressed a paw to its muzzle in silent agreement. She slipped out into the thick summer air and followed the sound of her father's voice behind the house. Dead grass crunched under her shoes. Light spilled from a side window. A woman stood there mixing cranberry juice and vodka, took a sip, gave the same little shimmy her mother used to do, then added more juice and swirled the glass. The motions looked familiar, but off, like echoes. They stirred nothing in Polly. Voices drifted from the backyard. She moved on, tripped over a coiled hose, dropped into the grass, and belly crawled to the corner with the bear tucked tight under her arm. She peeked out. Her father stood with his back to her, a shadow in front of a big green grill. Two men sat in lawn chairs nearby, a chicken perched upright on the grill, beer bubbling from the can shoved inside it. One man was enormous. White t-shirt, stretched over rows of fat earlobes stretched wide like slack mouths. A swastika marked his neck. The other had a goat beard and goat eyes, brown dribble on his chin, shirtless, a coffin tattooed over his heart, a beer bottle nestled between his legs. The goat-bearded man greeted Nate, surprised he was out. Nate confirmed it. The man said he was surviving, flashing a smile that wasn't a smile. The fat one laughed in short barks and added that not everyone could say the same. Something stirred under Polly's skin, rivers moving beneath ice. She stood and stepped from the house shadow into the edge of the yard, small and out of the light. They didn't see her. The electric jolt of being invisible ran through her, stronger than anything she had felt in days, especially when her father drew the pistol and leveled it at the goat-bearded man. Chrome caught the orange glow of the grill. The fat man sat up fast. The goat-bearded man stayed still, that same false smile on his face, teeth brown with chew. He lifted his cup, spat, and Polly spotted the two blue lightning bolts on his arm. Her father told them there was a green light on him and on his daughter. The goat-bearded man acknowledged both without surprise. Nate asked if he was fine with them killing the little girl. The man shrugged that he didn't make the rules. Nate mentioned he and his brother had always been cool. The man laughed at that. Said no one was ever cool with Nick. He had just been scary, and Nate was wasting his time thinking otherwise. The back door swung open. Light flooded the yard. The woman with the cranberry drink called out, asking if everything was all right. Nate ordered the man to send her inside. He did. She questioned who was out there, spotted the gun, and threatened to call the cops. He cursed at her and told her to get back in the house and stay there. Nate asked who had killed Avis. The goat-bearded man raised his eyebrows in a maybe. Nate pressed for the name. The man answered that Nate himself had done it the moment he stabbed Crazy Craig's brother. The green light would never lift. He suggested Nate do himself and the girl a favor and end it quick and easy because Aryan Steel would make it hurt. Nate moved faster than Polly had ever seen. The goat-bearded man tried to rise but was too slow. The pistol cracked across his face, red spraying in the dark. Polly bit the inside of her lip hard enough to draw blood and tasted warm copper. The sharp pain felt like a gift. Nate grabbed the man's hair with both hands and drove a knee into his face. The hollow thud traveled through her. The man slumped back into the chair, face rearranged like broken ground, coughing red tobacco sludge that streaked down his chest across the coffin tattoo. His eyes jittered wildly. Polly edged closer, close enough to smell sweat and blood and beer. The fat man stood. Nate swung the pistol toward him. The man dropped back so fast his chair flipped, and he landed face down in the grass. Nate demanded the killer's name and location. The goat-bearded man slurred something defiant. Nate kicked the grill. The chicken tumbled off, spilling beer foam. Glowing coals scattered across the lawn. The fat man muttered in shock. Nate hauled the goat-bearded man up by the hair, dragged him to the coals, swept his legs, and slammed him down onto them back first. The man sizzled and screamed. Nate held him there a moment, then yanked him off. A chunk of charcoal had fused to his back. Nate kicked it free. He upended the cooler, pouring ice, water, and empties across the burned skin. The man gasped and talked through a ruined mouth. Something about magic having done it. Nate repeated the name. Like it made sense, and asked where to find him. The man mumbled what might have been an address. Nate warned that if he was lying, he would come back. Polly knew they were finished. She slipped back around the house, climbed into the car, and waited. The wind had shifted. The night air turned cool. Bugs sang all around her. She felt shivery, the way she used to after swimming on hot days. She ran her hands over her arms, the peach fuzz on her legs, through her hair to her scalp, then touched her own face. Her fingers found a smile. They slept through the morning light and woke to loud knocking. Nate had the pistol in his hand before his eyes were fully open, as if it had waited under his pillow all night. He stood beside the door, gun ready, and parted the blinds. An old woman waited next to a maid's cart. He made the pistol vanish, opened the door, and blinked into the glare, waving her off. She spoke rapid Spanish. Nate looked lost. Polly understood enough and answered politely that they needed nothing. Her own voice sounded strange after days of silence. The maid nodded and left. Nate tossed the pistol onto the bed and rubbed his face hard. Polly ran her tongue across her teeth and thought about the man from the night before, back sizzling on the coals. She knew it had been a terrible thing, yet she felt no hatred for it. Watching her father that night had sprung a leak in her numbness. The water had drained away and feeling had returned. She missed her mother now with a sudden ache, as though a quick turn of her head might catch her in the corner of the eye. She tried to understand how magic could have killed her, but Nate's face offered no invitation to ask. He dropped to the floor and began push-ups, grunting with each one. The bear woke, rubbed its eyes, and joined him. They ate chorizo con huevos at a taco stand down the street. Flavor had come back to the food. They spoke only to order. Planes scratched white lines across the hazy sky. Polly remembered kindergarten kids coloring the air gray with crayons. She played with the bear. It covered its eyes, scanned the street, and stood guard against blue lightning bolt tattoos. A toddler at the next table waved. The bear waved back, wiggled its butt, fanned the air, and pretended to laugh. The little kid giggled. Polly laughed too. She glanced at her father and found him smiling, eyes fixed on her. She held that look as long as she could, searching what lived behind it. It was something. That night in the motel, he changed into his dark clothes again, and she knew it would happen once more. He shadowboxed, shifting lightly on the balls of his feet. He told her he could not take her this time and said to pack up. They would move on when he returned. She watched him leave, dumb panic rising, wanting to follow, wanting to know what could possibly be worse than the night before. Restless, she turned on the television with the sound off so she could still hear footsteps outside. The flickering screen threw huge shadows on the wall that made her skin crawl. She surfed channels and caught a nature segment. Foxes raiding a nest, crunching baby birds, fleeing as the mother returned too late. Then the local news. Her own face appeared beside the anchorman pixelated school photo with the dumb bangs and the words "missing girl" underneath. She switched away, then back. It was her. Next came a picture of her mother and Tom smiling in the Angel Stadium bleachers. Polly's breath left her in a single rush. The image changed to a reporter standing in front of her taped-off house, then to her father's black and white mug shot, eyes like empty pits. An interview followed with a thin Asian detective named John Park, sharp cheekbones and tired eyes. A phone number flashed on screen with the words, "To help call." Polly repeated the number aloud until it locked in her head. The commercial cut in. She shut the television off and sat in the dark. The numbness had lifted. She had no mother anymore, no stepfather, and, though the thought hooked her throat, she did not truly have a father either. She hugged the bear tight to her chest. She knew he was not real and was grateful for it. He could never leave. The bear reached up and stroked her wet cheek. Polly set him down, picked up the phone, sniffed back tears, and dialed while whispering the number. In Antelope Valley, Detective John Park stood at the gas station counter and felt the old buzz rise. The woman behind the register had the look of someone who knew something. He had learned years ago why wolves howled on the hunt. His first night as a rookie in San Bernardino, chasing street racers with his training officer, sirens screaming, acceleration slamming him sideways, his own voice joining the howl as pure thrill. That night, he understood the chase was his jolt, the one that lit him up and killed him the least. In a world full of hooks, dope, food, screens, fights, he had given himself to it completely. He followed where the thrill pointed and pressed where it told him to press. When the captain handed him the double murder of Tom and Avis Huff, the buzz kicked hard. An ex-con husband freshly released, his ex-wife dead, their daughter missing, simple math. Park had ignored every other lead and spent days learning Nate McClusky inside out. Tom's registered gun collection told the rest of the story. 2 pistols and a nice Ithaca pump shotgun were gone. Whoever killed them had taken the weapons. 1 + 1 still equaled 2. Park studied Nate's file. Nothing surprised him. 2 armed robbery convictions, both small-time gas station jobs. The first had gone easy because Nate was white and only 19. The judge had cut him slack. The second carried heavy time. Nate had served 5 years and should have stayed inside for at least 5 more, but some bureaucratic screw-up let him walk. Park skimmed the appeal paperwork. It was dense legal nonsense. Nate's parents were dead. His only sibling, brother Nick McClusky, was dead too. The name caught Park's attention. He pulled Nick's record. It was thick. Nick had fought a few pro MMA bouts, then beaten a man to death in a bar fight at 23. The charge pled down to manslaughter. He did time in Victorville, came out harder, and worked muscle for Aryan Steel. A few years back, he died live on the evening news, crashing a stolen motorcycle during a high-speed chase. Park figured the odds favored Nate getting picked up on a routine traffic stop or another clumsy robbery long before he could track him down. Still, the low hum of the hunt kept him moving. He worked the news tips. A Tacoma psychic claimed Polly's body would turn up near water. Classic nonsense, every place was near water somehow. Park pulled police reports, focusing on white men traveling with children. He scanned 911 calls until one stood out. A standoff at a Sun Valley gas station, knife versus gun. A man with a pistol. A girl about Polly's age beside him, and a shaved head tattooed man holding the knife. A blue thunderbolt tattoo. Prison ink. Aryan Steel marked members with 1 bolt for each kill done for the club. The buzz sharpened. Nate was connected to Aryan Steel through his brother. He might be riding the White Boy Underground Railroad out of state, or simply calling in a favor. It wasn't a full surge, but it was enough. Park drove out to Antelope Valley. The woman behind the counter that day was Carla Knox, a big, hard-edged woman men nervously called a battle axe. She spotted him as a cop the second he entered. Park knew the job left its stain, no matter how ordinary he tried to look. He badged her anyway. Her eyes widened. The buzz flared inside him. He told it to quiet. People had all kinds of reasons to fear police. Maybe she carried something that could send her to jail, maybe an old bad experience, or maybe she simply carried enough guilt that any badge made her feel caught. Or maybe she knew something. He introduced himself as Detective John Park and watched her throat tighten. He questioned her, more focused on her body language than her words. From the moment she spoke, he knew she was lying. The real question was why. His phone vibrated against his leg. He ignored it, circling closer, leaning in with the smile that said she was finished. The phone buzzed again. He checked the screen. Precinct calling. He stepped away from Carla and let the moment collapse. The voice on the line was Miller, his major crimes desk mate. Miller offered to patch through a call. Park told him to take a message. Miller said it was a little girl claiming to be Polly McClusky. She wanted to speak to him. Park's chest seized. He stopped breathing. A prickling rush swept his skin. He wondered if this was the feeling right before an overdose. He walked straight out of the store without glancing back at Carla. Nate sat in the dark outside Magic's house, running through his checklist. Means, method, escape route, justification. The last part came easy. He couldn't pretend this was only for the girl. This was for him. To feel whole again, or at least patched enough to keep going. He couldn't live with Magic still breathing after what he had done. The girl waiting back at the motel needed him. He had sworn he would die protecting her. Yet this still had to happen. It felt as certain as gravity. Gray television light flickered from the front window. The house belonged to Chad Davidson, known as Magic. Nate had heard the stories in Susanville. Magic's cousin had died for Aryan Steel in the Agua Dulce shootout, a legendary desert bloodbath of white power killers and meth heads. Magic had taken his payback, hunting the old biker gang and collecting thumbs as trophies. Magic believed he had done it for his cousin, but Nate knew better. Vengeance was selfish, and if it went wrong, he would leave Polly exposed and alone. One final, worst failure. Still, he was going through with it. The ghost of his brother demanded it. Nate had waited an hour. He knew Magic was inside with a woman. He doubted they would stay tangled up all night. Magic didn't seem the cuddling type. He reminded himself Magic was only the triggerman. Crazy Craig Hollington had killed Avis and Tom and put the green light on all of them. Only Crazy Craig could lift it. The ghost of his brother urged him to kill Craig too. Easy for the dead to say. Craig sat untouchable in Supermax. Nate knew he couldn't lie and claim this was for Avis either. She hadn't truly been his, and nobody belonged to anyone in the end. Yet the need inside him, speaking with his brother's voice, overpowered everything. He was glad for the weakness. He could kill Magic. He could avenge Avis at least partway. After that, with Craig unreachable, only running remained. He and Polly would disappear like the ghost from Agua Dulce, maybe south to Mexico, to a place called Perdido at the tip of Baja, where Aryan Steel couldn't reach. He couldn't lie and say it was about the girl. He was already poisoning her. Polly thought he hadn't noticed her watching when he pressed Jake into the coals. He had seen her wild eyes, understood the thrill in them, and it terrified him, because it proved how much she was becoming his. The front door opened. The woman stepped out. Combat boots, shaved skull with long bangs, black nails, crank jitters visible even in the dark. Nate waited until her truck pulled away, brake lights flaring, then his strength drained. You have to feel weak to get strong, his brother's voice reminded him from that first liquor store job, when his hands had shaken. Nate closed his eyes, took the deep breaths Nick had taught him. Breathing was how you spoke to the animal inside. He opened the car door and slipped into the night. He knocked lightly on the door, the way the woman might if she had forgotten something. His blood surged like shaken soda. He heard footsteps approach on the other side. He could almost see Magic leaning in to check the peephole. One more breath. Nate kicked the door hard. It burst open, slamming into Magic's face. Nate stepped inside, pistol raised. Time stretched and slowed. Magic wore an old-school mohawk and an iron cross tattoo above his right ear. A dotted line across his throat read, "Cut here." His nose bled from the impact. 4 blue bolts marked his arm. The bottom 2 still looked fresh and wet. 2 fresh bolts. One for Avis, one for her man. The realization slowed Nate a fatal half-second. Magic's boot kicked up, slow as syrup, and smashed into Nate's knee. Nate dropped. Magic was on him instantly, eyes blazing with murder. He said something Nate couldn't process in the thickened air. Magic's hands locked around Nate's throat just as Nate realized he no longer held the gun. Magic squeezed, but the choke was amateur. Nate still sipped air. His vision stayed clear. Nate broke the grip. Magic fell heavier on him, fingers clawing for his eyes. Nate pulled him close, pressing Magic's face into his chest. Magic bit through the shirt and into skin. Nate absorbed the pain, drove a knee under Magic's stomach, and flipped him over, landing on top. Magic kept reaching for his eyes. Nate seized one wrist, twisted until it popped. A scream tore out. He kept twisting. Magic bucked wildly, throwing him off balance. With his good arm, Magic grabbed for something on the floor. Nate saw the gun rising toward him and had just enough time to think, oh shit. Park started the car. The radio blasted loud rock. He killed the volume. Headlights flared. He pinned the phone to his ear with his shoulder and listened through the clicks, praying Miller had finally figured out how to patch the call. A high, wet whistling came across the line, like a child fighting back tears. Could be a prank, could be some crank caller, could be her. He identified himself as Detective Park. Don't be a prank. Don't be a crank. A small voice answered, hello? He asked if she was Polly McClusky. She said, yeah. The buzz locked in hard. Her fear spiked straight into him. Suddenly, the hunt felt real behind the hum. Depth charges went off in his chest. He dropped the car into gear, spit gravel, and aimed it back toward the highway. He asked whether her father was with her. She said no, but he was coming back soon. He asked where she was. She asked if he could help her. He told her that was exactly what he meant to do. The whistling quickened. Her voice stayed tiny. She said she knew. He pressed gently. What did she know? She told him her mother and Tom were dead, murdered. He asked who had done it. She said she was scared. He kept his tone steady, told her she didn't have to be, and asked for her location. She begged him not to hurt her father. Something broke in her then. She sobbed while she spoke. She just didn't want to be here anymore. But please don't hurt him. He reminded her she had called him for help and needed the address. Seconds stretched. He drummed the wheel, willing her on. She gave him the Scenic Heights Motel, room 23. He told her she was going to be safe. Silence, then another whistle. He drove fast, poppies blurring past. Her voice came ragged and small. Oh no. He started to say her name. Don't hang up. Someone's coming, she whispered. And the line died. Polly set the phone down as quietly as she could. In the dark, she watched the doorknob flutter. Shadows moved behind the blinds. A key scraped at the lock the way her mom and Tom used to fumble after bar nights. She gripped the bat in one hand, the bear in the other. The door swung open, backlit by the outside lights. Her father looked like nothing but a black shape. He called her name and took a step. He stumbled, caught himself on the table. In a slash of light, she saw his red hand, red smears on the wood, his pant leg soaked dark. A bullet hole gaped high on his thigh. Her stomach flipped. She wanted to run to him and away from him at the same time. She stayed frozen. They rode now in a different car, a black, fast-looking thing covered in dents and chips. Distant sirens rose and fell. A helicopter beat the air somewhere overhead. She wondered if they were coming for them, if she had brought them. She had called the helpline, not knowing exactly what she wanted, only that this was too big for her. She had needed someone else to carry it. She knew it probably meant her dad would go back to jail no matter what the detective promised. But now he was hurt, bad, bleeding, and the sight left her balanced on the edge of a cliff with wind shoving at her back. She realized she could not lose him. He was all she had left, and maybe she was all he had, and that made both of them matter. He sat bolt upright, hoodie draped over the wound so she wouldn't see it. He stared straight ahead and didn't even glance at the police car that rolled past the other way. She wondered if it was headed back to the motel and shoved the thought down. Bigger things now? Sooner things? She asked if he knew where the hospital was. He said no hospital. She begged him, voice cracking, please see a doctor. He explained that a doctor spotting a bullet wound had to call the cops by law, and he could not have cops on him. Not now. Not ever. The same ones who got her mom, the Blue Lightning guys, were waiting inside. A wave of pain crossed his face, or something worse. She asked if they had hurt him. He said it was the one who killed her mom, but he had gotten him. They reached a big truck stop, 20 pumps glowing under the lights. He pulled far into the shadowed overnight lot among dark semis. He told her to go inside, find the first aid shelf, load up on gauze, bandages, hydrogen peroxide, disinfectant, hand sanitizer, and a pair of sweatpants if she could. She was going to patch him up. She shook her head hard enough to rattle. She couldn't fix a bullet inside a person. She was just a kid. He said her name again. He couldn't do it without her. She made her decision. She reached for his back pocket, fished out the wallet, took a 20. He told her to grab another just in case. She walked back slow and calm, plastic bags bumping her legs. She looked up at the clear desert sky packed with stars, millions of miles away, maybe already dead, and only their light still reaching Earth. She wondered if any other world existed where she came out okay. When she opened the car door, the overhead light snapped on. Her father's face had gone fish belly white, eyes closed. She called him Daddy. His head turned slowly, his eyes open like it cost him effort. He said he hadn't heard that name from her since she was little. She showed him the bag. He said this wasn't going to work. He gestured at the cramped back seat. She pictured cops with wolf eyes waiting at the motel and pushed the image away. She scanned the lot and spotted the trucker church. She asked what about there. He didn't argue. He just nodded. Okay. Something shifted between them. She felt a little bigger in his eyes, and maybe he felt a little smaller in hers, but still huge. She climbed the metal steps. The door to the double wide was thin sheet metal, with Sinner's Welcome stenciled across it in faded paint. He muttered he'd have to jimmy it. She said no need. She tried the handle. It opened. She explained Tom had once told her they left these places unlocked so anyone could pray any time. Inside, she flicked on the light. Wood paneling, a podium, 3 rows of chairs, shag carpet, a gentle Jesus picture over the altar. Her father came up the stairs, lowered himself beside the altar, using a chair for support, and unbuckled his jeans. Polly stood frozen as her father called for his shoes. She moved to his feet at last and unlaced the sneakers. She eased the left one off first, the uninjured leg. When she yanked the right shoe, his leg shuddered violently. She saw the strange working in his throat muscles and felt the same twitch in her own. Her fingers fumbled for a better grip. A raw sound escaped him, forcing her to release the shoe. It stayed stubbornly on. He urged her not to worry and to pull it clean. Deep inside her, an old memory surfaced. The loose baby tooth twisting in her mouth, his rough fingers reaching in, the count to 3, then the sharp snap of pain shooting through her skull. He had held up the red-tipped tooth and smiled, calling her his brave girl as he pressed it into her small palm. She wondered where that memory had hidden all this time, and whether she had ever truly been brave. She pushed her fingers deep into the shoe's opening, the way he once had into her mouth, and yanked hard. She tumbled back with the sneaker in her hands. His sock poked out, dark and soaked almost to the toe. Looking up, she caught the odd smile on his face. She asked what it meant. He dismissed it lightly, calling her a good girl. Time seemed to fold over itself then, the same strange smile on his face now as when he had shown her the tooth. Brave girl. She warmed to the task. While he struggled out of his jeans and wrapped himself in the car blanket, she prepared the first aid supplies. Turning back, she forced herself to examine the wound. It gaped like a crater of torn skin around raw, weeping meat. Her stomach turned sour, and her hands shook too hard to open the hydrogen peroxide. He told her to breathe, to close her eyes and draw air deep through her nose, then release it loudly through her mouth so he could hear. She obeyed. In and out. When she opened her eyes, the shaking had eased enough for her to unscrew the bottle. She leaned close, steadied one hand on his hot skin, and poured. The liquid fizzed pink, reminding her of grapefruit soda. A wild urge to laugh rose and passed as she kept breathing the way he had taught her. She asked about the bullet. He answered that it had done its worst already and they would leave it where it was. She squirted hand sanitizer over her palms. He wondered aloud whether her mother had ever taken her to church, perhaps just to fill the fresh silence. She followed his gaze to the picture of Jesus and shook her head. While spreading disinfectant on her fingertips, she told him how in first grade she had claimed to be Jewish to avoid drawing her family at Christmas. The teacher had believed her and called her mother, who reacted with sharp surprise, admitting she hadn't known either. He chuckled that it sounded exactly like her mother. Polly felt the fresh ache of missing her, but she smiled through it and kept going. She described how her mother had taken her to the temple in Ontario anyway. It had been interesting at first with the old book and readings, but ultimately as dull as any church, so she had decided she wasn't Jewish or anything else. Her mother had told her it was good she had tried. She ran her tongue over the adult tooth that had replaced the one he once pulled. Some losses stayed forever, she realized, while others were replaced. She pressed gauze into the wound. His fist tightened in the blanket folds. She covered it with a bandage and began wrapping tightly as he instructed, then taped it secure. Sitting back, she shook the numbness from her fingers. She asked if it was all right. He leaned forward, inspected her work, and said it would do just fine. He squeezed her arm in approval. They sat together in the quiet afterward, even the noise inside her head finally still. Nate remembered what Nick had taught him long ago about bullet wounds. Pulling them out was movie nonsense that caused more harm. The real danger came from the bits of clothing and skin the bullet dragged inside, breeding infection. The girl had cleaned it thoroughly. Now he could only watch for signs of spreading trouble and decide what to do if it came. He limped across the truck stop lot in the new sweatpants, checking for blood spots. Pain made him favor the leg badly, but at least the bullet had missed bone. Inside, he bought whiskey and beach towels. Polly waited at the car. They spread the towels over the bloody seats. He cracked the whiskey seal and drank deep. The burn cut through him clean and hot. He followed it with water, realizing how thirsty he was, then crushed the empty bottle. The sharp crunch triggered flashes of the gunshot in his mind. He had held magic when the pistol went off. The flash and roar turned everything psychedelic. He had grabbed the hot barrel anyway, twisting until he felt the other man's finger bones snap. He wrenched the gun free, gripped it like a fastball, and smashed the iron cross in the magic skull twice. The eyes went blank. He shoved the barrel between slack lips, saw a clear blue sky with a condor, and pulled the trigger. A fan of gore sprayed the rug behind. The body brought sudden clarity. How stupid the whole thing had been, how close he had come to losing everything and dooming Polly. The killing solved nothing. Crazy Craig still had killers like magic hunting them. Aryan Steel had reach anywhere they might run. He had risked it all chasing his brother's ghost. He had lain back on the dead man's legs, staring at the ceiling, trying to breathe. The edges of the world had softened. Warm wetness on his leg had told him he was shot. Polly's voice pulled him back to the present. He nodded and reached for the ignition, but pain slammed him back into the seat. He wrestled it down until he could control it. She moved her stuffed bear so it appeared to check Nate's forehead for fever, then nodded reassuringly to her. She caught him watching and looked wary, as if he might strike. She insisted she knew the bear wasn't real. He acknowledged that he knew she knew. He offered the bear a fist bump with his own. He thought he might have drawn a small smile from her, but couldn't be sure. The whiskey began to pull him under. He needed sleep, needed oblivion for as many hours as he could steal. He told her he was ready to head back to the motel. She asked if he meant the motel, her face tightening like a rabbit hearing owls. He confirmed one more night, then they would move on. She agreed, but turned her face to the window so he couldn't read whatever crossed it. Polly watched the auto track slip past the motel, now only minutes ahead. She pressed her face to the cool window glass, wishing she could reach back and undo the call for help. Her skin burned. Her father rested a rough hand on top of her head. Acid surged at the back of her throat. She begged him to stop the car. He kept driving, telling her they were almost there. Wails rolled in her stomach. She cried out again. A deep burp moan tore from her. She cranked the window down and vomited into the night, painting the car door in bright orange. She slumped back, tears and snot and sick cooling on her face. She pleaded through fresh sobs not to return to the motel, begging him not to make her explain why. He swung the car onto a dark side street, killed the headlights, and parked. She wiped her face on her shirt and fought to steady her breathing. He demanded she tell him everything if it mattered. The confession spilled out of her as fast as her dinner had. She admitted, calling the police while he was gone, how the officer had promised help, how scared she had been, how she never wanted him taken away again or to be left alone. He dragged both hands down his face and pressed his palms hard into his eyes while he spoke. He admitted he had no idea what he was doing either. A week earlier, every minute of his life had been scheduled for him. Now the whole world lay open with no map, and the only part that didn't feel like it wanted him dead was her and that damn bear. He dropped his hands and looked straight at her. She held his gaze, even though her heart hammered all the way down to the roots of her teeth. He gave her the choice he said she deserved. He would drop her a block from the motel if she wanted. She could find the policemen and let them keep her safe. Or she could stay with him. It might turn scary, even dangerous, but she would be with him, and he would protect her as best he could. The cops might not keep her safe either. People wanted them both dead and would never stop. They could reach her in a group home, juvenile hall, or on the street. He said if the decision were his, she would come with him. They would leave for L.A. and figure out how to stay safe. But he wanted it to be her choice, not his. Every inch of her skin prickled at once. She nodded, yes, then realized it wasn't enough. She told him plainly that she wanted to stay with him. He turned his face away. When he spoke again, his voice came out rough and low. He said, all right then. He put the car in gear, made a U-turn, and headed west. Park drove toward Carla's apartment with cop urgency. Passing headlights painted strange shapes across his vision. In every one, he saw the little girl who had called him, the one he had already let down. he would not miss her again. He hit the complex fast, slammed the brakes, tires screaming, and left the car in the fire zone. He took the stairs 2 at a time and hammered on her door. Carla opened it with sleep crust in her eyes and terror behind them. He told her to invite him inside. She stepped aside. The place was chaos, like everything else right now. He mentioned her brother in Chino. When she asked what that had to do with anything, he said nothing except that he could reach the brother and therefore reach her. She noticed a blood spatter on his shirt. He confirmed it came from breaking the nose of the man he had thought was Nate at the motel. Fear jolted through her. It jolted him, too. The voice in his head whispered to chase it. He grabbed a beer bottle from the table, pictured the scared girl on the phone, and smashed the bottle against the wall. Carla screamed. Only part of him felt bad about it. They had waited 3 hours at the motel before spotting a man creeping through the bushes. When a uniform radioed that someone had crawled out a back window, Park had sprinted from cover and driven an elbow into the man's face, hearing cartilage crunch like celery. It wasn't Nate, just some John who had panicked at the sight of police and fled his $50 hooker. Park had called off the stakeout, searched Nate's empty room, left the plainclothes behind, and known they had missed him. He should have gone home to sleep. Instead, he radioed for Carla's address and drove straight to her, chewing on what the gas station woman might have known. Inside her apartment, he laid it out. Her brother was an Aryan Steel wannabe in Chino. Park had once done a favor for Joker, who ran to prison for La Aim. White gangs took a back seat there. One call, and her brother would be bunking with the Carnales. It would not go well for him. Carla moaned. Park named Nate McClusky and said she had seen him and his daughter. She nodded, too scared to speak. He asked if she had lived in Fontana. Yes, if she had known Nate there. Yes, if he had come to see her. Yes, if he had brought a buddy from lockup. No, if the man he fought had come with him. No. Something locked behind her eyes, clawing to get out. He told her to speak. She unlocked. She admitted selling Nate out because they had threatened her brother. The Steel had killed Avis and her husband. Park laughed, sharp and ugly, scaring them both. He insisted Nate had killed them. Carla shook her head. He pressed her to use words. She told him Nate had taken Polly because he already knew Avis was dead and the girl was next. He had saved her life. Park realized he believed her. It ruined everything he thought he knew. Polly set the jar of bright red hair dye on the bathroom counter of the new hotel room. Her father had wanted something dull and brown, but she had insisted on the red. He had finally nodded, saying it would make her different enough. That was exactly what she wanted. She grabbed a fistful of dirty blonde hair and cut through it with the scissors. The sound vibrated through her skull. She dropped a clump into the trash and took another. Tears blurred her eyes, but they weren't sad this time. She let them fall, then kept cutting until it was done. She rinsed her hair in the sink. The cold water stung her scalp and reminded her she was alive. She smeared Vaseline along her hairline, pulled on the plastic gloves, and worked the red dye through her hair with her palms. She counted the seconds while it set, avoiding the mirror. Then she stepped into the lukewarm shower. The water ran red, then pink, then clear. She buried her head in a towel and scrubbed hard, pressing the rough fabric into her eyes until galaxies of color burst and faded behind her lids. When she dropped the towel and faced the mirror, her hair hung in wet chunks the color of watermelon flesh. It sharpened her eyes and changed her face. Something added, or something old stripped away. Her eyes looked larger, deeper, more. She stared into them for a long time. Gunfighter eyes. In the liquor store, Nate stepped through the door with gun in hand and mask over his face. Time stretched and shrank around him. In the seconds it took to reach the counter, he remembered the night Polly was born, Avis calling in fear, asking him to meet her at the hospital. He had promised he would, then hung up and slipped on his own mask while Nick grinned from the driver's seat. He waved the pistol at the clerk, who stumbled back against the bottles. Nate barked orders through the mask. The clerk emptied the register, coins spilling everywhere, babbling in terror. The moment felt strangely intimate, the gun stripping them both bare. Nate pressed the barrel to the man's head and demanded the safe. The clerk fumbled the combination twice. Nate told him to take 3 deep breaths and try again. The clerk obeyed. The safe clicked open. Nate calculated roughly $2,000 inside. Worth it. The clerk bagged the cash. Nate took it and walked out into the hot night air. The rush faded as reality rushed back in. He slid into the car, looked at Polly in the passenger seat, her eyes bright and alive, and told her that was how it was done. She nodded and smiled. Her smile unsettled him. From the hills above Los Angeles, the night sky looked like black dirt, while the city lights glittered below like a bowl of stars. It felt right to Polly that they had entered an upside-down world. She felt upside down herself. She sat on the hood of the Green Monster, the car they had bought after ditching Magic's, and ate a chili burger while staring at the stars below. It was the best food she had ever tasted. She made a satisfied sound with each big bite. Her father smiled and counted the stolen money in his lap. He asked if it tasted good and recalled how Uncle Nick once said stealing was the best sauce because it made you feel a little more alive. They had just robbed a liquor store, a thought that only made sense in this upside-down place. It didn't bother her. She liked it. In these early days in L.A., she was meeting a new version of herself, the girl with watermelon hair and gunfighter eyes. She mock-fed the bear a bite of chili. The bear waved away imaginary farts and giggled silently. Her father laughed through his own burger. They laughed together, and it felt like hearing an old, half-forgotten song. On the drive into Los Angeles, he had explained everything. The Blue Thunderbolt gang called Aryan Steel wanted them both dead. They had killed her mother and Tom. He said the only thing he was good at was robbing. Aryan Steel had plenty of cash businesses. His plan was to keep hitting them until they wanted a truce. She had asked if that would only make them madder. He said at first, but deep down they were businessmen. If he cost them enough, they would negotiate. She corrected him quietly, saying they would rob them because she was helping. That was the deal. She had looked at a dead coyote on the roadside and thought how highways showed so many dead things. They had rented an apartment from an old Thai woman who took cash and asked no questions. It had 2 bedrooms, but they slept on the living room couches with the television running all night. Her father needed the noise to sleep. She discovered she did too. Each morning he woke and did his exercises, while she and the bear watched. Afterward, he sketched what he knew about Aryan Steel, turning the sessions into lessons. Polly sometimes wondered about her empty desk at school and whether any of the kids missed her. Polly realized she didn't miss her old classmates. She had her own school now. Her father sketched gang hierarchies with his clumsy handwriting, so she took over the drawings while he explained how prison ruled the streets. Everyone on the outside eventually came inside, and the ones already locked up would always reach them. He mapped shot callers and associates for her, placing Crazy Craig at the top with lifers like Mooney and Despot beneath him. He described the tattoos that told each man's story, the smaller gangs with names like Nazi Dope Boys and Peckerwood Nation, and how they all paid taxes to Aryan Steel. Everything came down to money. She learned it all. He told her there were plenty of these people in L.A. They just needed to find the dirty white boys who did business with the steel. That would give them a thread to pull and a way in. Then they would carry the fight straight to them. The morning after the liquor store robbery, he stood over her with a new edge in his voice and told her to get up. He wanted to see how many push-ups she could manage. She said she wasn't any good at them. He answered that was exactly why she needed to do them, to get better. Her arms burned after only a couple. Her breath turned rough in her throat. She reached 5 before her face touched the cool floor on the 6th. He ordered one more. She pushed up on shaking arms, made a small, strained sound, and finished. Rolling onto her back, she looked at him. He explained you had to feel weak before you could grow strong. Uncle Nick used to say it meant you pushed your muscles until they failed, and the same rule applied to most things in life. She admitted she wasn't sure she was ready. Part of her wanted to run and hide, but the girl with watermelon hair couldn't hide anymore. She told him she was sure. He shoved the furniture aside to clear carpet space and dropped to the floor. He started with chokes, naming the 2 kinds, strangles and blood chokes. She repeated them back. He had her hold her breath as long as she could to show how slow air chokes worked. She puffed her cheeks like a balloon until she burst out laughing at his bulging eyes. He moved behind her, chest to her back, and slid his arm around her throat. He instructed her to tap when she felt it. The squeeze came on slow and total. The world shrank and drifted away until she tapped. The pressure vanished and everything rushed back. He asked if she was all right. She nodded, feeling like a stranger in her own skin. He told her to tap sooner next time. She didn't need to pass out to know it worked. She realized how close nothingness always hovered. The feeling sharpened into a jagged, sweet rush. He explained that chokes suited someone small like her because all it took was squeezing the 2 arteries feeding the brain. Then he turned and told her to do it to him. She knelt behind him, followed his directions, starting under the jaw, hooking her elbow, grabbing her own bicep, placing her other hand behind his head. She squeezed with her whole body like a snake. He tapped twice, sharp. When he faced her again, his eyes were watery, and he coughed. He confirmed she had done it. A strange thrumming filled her muscles and her mind. The word for it came to her after a moment. Power. She asked to learn more. He nodded, eager. After 2 weeks of training and hunting through the endless city sprawl, the road ended at a T, and the ocean opened ahead, vast and blue. Polly never expected anything so huge to appear without warning. She kicked off her shoes at the sand's edge. They bought fruit bowls from a cart, melon, papaya, mango drizzled with lime, salt, and chili. She thanked the woman. The bear blew her a kiss, and the woman laughed. Gulls wheeled overhead. A group of girls passed in bathing suits, and her father watched them. Polly offered the bear a piece of mango. It waved a paw as if the chili burned. She walked with her head high. Early on, she had feared being recognized. But one day she had stood beneath her own missing person billboard and felt like a stranger looking back. No one noticed. With her father's beard, fuzzy head, and sunglasses, she knew they were invisible. They reached the wet sand. Foam slid around her toes, colder than she had imagined, tugging grit away as it retreated. She liked the sharp salt air, the cold bite, the rough pull of the sand. She glanced up at her father and saw him staring down the beach. She followed his gaze to a cluster of men and women drinking beer from cans. Cut-off jeans, tiny shirts, dark blue scribbled tattoos like the ones covering him. Young bodies, hard eyes. She shot him a look that asked if these were the ones. He said yes. Polly waited as the party wound down, watching the group from the corner of her eye the way a spy or ninja might. Her father lacked her subtlety. He kept stealing glances at one woman in particular, the one with boy-short dark hair, long bangs flopping over her forehead, and oversized green eyes. She wore only cutoffs and a tight T-shirt that hugged her figure, standing just outside the circle with her body angled slightly away from the others. Polly noticed every detail. She wondered if that was what drew her dad's attention, or if it was simply the woman's body. The thought settled in her gut as something heavy and unpleasant. Doom. That was the word she hunted for. Beach cops strolled past. The air shifted, the party noise dropping away. Beside her, Polly felt her father go rigid. He tugged his sleeves down to hide his tattoos, then ran a palm over the stubble covering his head and face. She told him they weren't doing anything wrong. He admitted the one thing that truly terrified him was being locked up again. Out here, he could fight, could protect her. Inside, everything would end. She insisted the cops hadn't recognized them. He replied that it only took one to ruin everything. The group they watched seemed to feel the same tension. Even after the officers moved on, their mood had soured. The gathering broke apart, everyone heading up the sand toward the parking lot. Polly asked who they should follow. He pointed to the dark-haired woman and said they would tail her. She questioned why not one of the tougher-looking men. He explained that when hunting a pack, you isolate the loner, the weak one you could separate from the rest. She was a target. They would stick with her. It sounded logical to Polly. She had already seen the woman as an outsider too, and the reasoning felt almost scientific. Yet something in it rang false. The next morning in North Hollywood, Nate taught her how to take a punch. He sat across from her, both of them slick with sweat from warm-up, and told her the day would be hard, speaking as much to himself as to her while trying to keep his voice steady. He remembered being on the receiving end of this lesson himself. Polly asked if they would watch the green-eyed woman today, the one they had followed from the beach to her house the night before. He said soon, then finished wrapping her hands with cloth, since he couldn't find gloves small enough for her. She knocked her padded fists together. In just a few weeks, she had already changed, moving with less hesitation. It was progress, but not enough. He told her to raise her fists. She did, traces of the meek girl still visible. That was what he needed to burn out of her if she was going to survive. He adjusted her shoulders and tucked in her elbows. He explained that the hardest part of fighting was learning to get hit, not avoid every blow. She asked if he meant how not to get hit. He corrected her. She would get hit. Life wasn't a video game or a school test with perfect outcomes. When it happened, the body reacted as if it were being murdered, flooding with chemicals like rocket fuel. She named it fight or flight, sharper than he had been at her age. He agreed, saying the modern world taught people to stand and take it like cowards instead of fighting or fleeing. The adrenaline surge then burned uselessly in place. He asked if she understood. He listened to his own tone, hoping the inner tremor didn't show. He described how the boost could make someone wild or freeze them solid, both dangerous. The key was learning to ride it. He pulled on his own gloves and glanced at the bear she had positioned to watch their training, nodding to it without thinking. The girl had a way of making the stuffed animal feel alive. Nate crouched to her eye level, raising his fists. She mirrored him. Inside, he repeated silent apologies he could never voice or show. His face stayed calm. He threw a light jab that barely brushed her cheek. He watched the shock ripple through her, felt it echo in himself as she held her breath. He asked if he had hurt her. She said no. He told her not to act like it and to keep her fists up. He jabbed again, a fraction harder. Her eyes widened at the contact. He explained that the burning inside was the adrenaline dump, a gift from deep instinct. He feinted high, then tapped her stomach low. Panic flared in her gaze. He pushed through the voices urging him to stop, guided by the memory of his brother's words. Either he taught her to take a punch, or the world would. He said adrenaline wasn't the enemy, but she must not let it control her. He tapped her nose. She swatted at it, still wild but improving. He told her that when bullies had hurt her before, the real fear hadn't been the pain. It was what she might do in response. He threw a left to her ear, harder than intended. Her breathing turned rapid and shallow. He urged her to get mad if she felt it. He jabbed again. She slipped her head so it only grazed her cheek. He praised the movement, saying she had to break free of whatever held her back, climb out of the cage. He threw a 1-2 combination that she blocked on her forearms. He sensed her limit approaching and eased back, not wanting to break her or lose the lesson. He kept popping light jabs, stinging them both, repeating that the world wanted fear and submission. She had to accept the blows, stay steady, and strike back. He landed a couple on her eye, rage sparked in her. He followed with a light hook to her belly, deliberately dropping his guard. She swung. Her left fist connected solidly with his eye socket. The impact rattled his teeth. He dropped back onto his rear and caught her follow-up swing, watching her return to herself. She apologized, eyes wide. He told her that was exactly how it was done, but she must not let the anger take over. She swayed on her feet. He ordered her to breathe. She bolted for the bathroom. He listened as she vomited, then covered his face with gloved hands once she was out of sight. When he heard the flush, he knocked his gloves together loudly to signal his approach. He entered to find her facing the toilet, wiping her mouth with a wrapped hand. He said they would repeat it tomorrow and every day after until she learned a punch wouldn't kill her. Tears shone in her eyes, but behind them burned something fiercer. In Huntington Beach, this was Polly's first kidnapping from the outside. She sat in the green monster parked across from the woman's house, baseball cap tugged low over her bright watermelon hair. Earlier at the liquor store, the old woman behind the counter had mistaken her for a boy. Polly had almost spoken up but stayed silent. It didn't matter. She was undercover. Her muscles ached constantly now, a deep groan beneath the skin, while her bones hummed like power lines. She felt them stretching every night and knew she would outgrow her clothes soon. They drank sports drinks and bottled water, used the taqueria restroom down the block, and ate steak-stuffed muletas. Polly matched her father bite for bite. Hunger never left her anymore. They watched visitors come and go, shaved-head men with face and neck tattoos, women too. Her dad had explained the codes. 8-8 meant HH for Hal Hitler, the Woody Woodpecker, on a muscled arm marked Peckerwood Nation. The green-eyed woman shaved style with only the long bangs, he called a Featherwood. The woman opened her door to all of them, but from across the street Polly saw the greeting never reached her eyes. Polly observed that the woman didn't seem to like her visitors and wondered why they kept coming. Her father called the woman a spider, at the center of a web, a bridge between prison and the outside, connected to someone deep inside Aryan Steel, probably a brother or husband, passing messages and likely handling accounts. Polly realized the woman knew everything and would lead them to the treasure so they could take it. He agreed she was smart, but warned it wasn't that simple. First, the woman had to talk. Polly said she would talk or he would make her. He frowned as though she had said something wrong, yet to her it sounded exactly right. They moved the next day. He laid a blanket across the back seat so Polly could hide with the bear. She climbed in, feeling like a pirate scaling a rope ladder, ghost knife gripped between her teeth. She dropped a playful remark as she settled. He frowned, but his eyes smiled. She slid to the floorboard and pulled the blanket over herself and the bear. They had timed it perfectly. The mailman was pulling away when they arrived. Her father watched the mailman leave and said if the pattern held, the woman would step out for the mail any second. When it happened, it would be fast. After a short wait, the woman emerged in an oversized T-shirt and cutoffs. Bold red lipstick bright on her face. Polly liked the color. He signaled it was time. Polly felt electrified, as if air holes had been punched in the lid of her jar. He told her he would be back, and that if anything went wrong, she should run. She refused to leave him. He dismissed it sharply, insisting she would run. Polly watched from the back seat as he approached the woman at the door with the gun hidden in his pocket. He pressed it against her before she noticed. The woman looked startled, then angry, not scared. He yanked her toward the car. Polly ducked under the blanket with the bear. "Giddy," she giggled softly. As the doors opened, the bear seemed to lift one paw in a hush. The woman demanded what was happening, voice steady. He assured her he wouldn't hurt her unless she forced him to. She cursed at him. Polly liked her even more. The engine started. He said he only wanted information. After a pause, she noted he wasn't a cop. He didn't claim to be. She warned him who he was messing with. He identified her connection to Aryan Steel. She told him he was already dead. He replied he was a walking zombie anyway. The woman seemed unsure how to answer. He added they could kill him only once, so fear no longer applied. He would get what he came for and suggested she make it easy. She offered to let him go right then without telling Dick if he disappeared. He asked who Dick was. She accused him of already knowing. He pressed that she was the spider with a man inside. That was Dick? Polly made a puzzled face at the bear. The woman refused, saying nothing he could do frightened her more than they did. He said they would see. Under the blanket, the air thickened. Breathing grew harder. Polly wondered if the woman would break quickly. Part of her hoped she wouldn't. She wanted to watch what her father would do next. He demanded locations of trap houses, stashes, and people moving product. She could draw the map. She repeated her curse. Polly heard the pistol click. The woman insisted he wouldn't shoot, sounding as if she were trying to convince herself. He declared playtime over, the signal for Polly to cover her ears against something ugly. She didn't. Instead, she chewed her lower lip until it bled. He insisted he wasn't chasing a fix. They had killed his ex-wife and now planned to kill him and his daughter. The woman recognized the name Nate McClusky, the one everyone hunted. Polly flung the blanket aside before her mind caught up and sprang up behind the woman. The woman screamed in raw terror. The fear on her face flooded Polly with monstrous strength. She seized the woman's hair at the scalp, knuckles scraping skin, yanked her head back, and opened her jaws like a wolf-raised girl, lunging to bite her face. Her father ordered her to stop, thrusting his hand between them. Polly's teeth snapped on empty air. He shoved her back into the seat. She came back to herself a little. The woman swore in shock. Polly punched the back of the seat, accusing her in a raw voice of helping kill her mom. The woman realized she was the little girl and apologized desperately. From Charlotte's side now, free will felt like a lie. She hadn't always believed that. At 22, she had driven west from Missouri to Los Angeles, chasing the freedom that the old stories promised. She settled in Huntington Beach and took a waitressing job in a low-cut top, serving wings to handsy drinkers for decent tips, treading water but not drowning. One day off, another waitress invited her along to visit her brother at Lompoc Prison. Charlotte nearly refused until she remembered her broken window AC in the July heat. The landlord was slow to fix it. She agreed just to escape the sweatbox apartment. Later, she would wonder how that single failing condenser unit had rerouted her entire life. They drove north, passing highway signs warning against hitchhikers near the jail. Reality sharpened at the metal detectors, the gray uniformed guards searching their purses, the no-touching hallway. In the visiting room, Dick sat in prison blues, broad and commanding like a warrior from the fantasy books her brother used to read. He looked at her as though deciding whether she was worth claiming. He spoke only to the other woman during the visit, but at the end he asked Charlotte to exchange addresses for letters. She agreed casually. Later, her brother Alan called from the Ozarks, his voice thin over the satellite line. 3 words in, and she remembered why they rarely spoke. He warned her there were a million reasons to stay away, starting with the manslaughter charge that had put Dick inside. A bar fight he claimed to have only finished, not started. She defended it as self-defense, the way Dick had described it. Her brother said she already sounded like one of them. She asked what he meant. Charlotte realized her brother had been right. She had become one of those jailhouse women who made excuses for their locked-up men. She knew the type from the true crime paperbacks she used to read and laugh at. The ones filled with women writing endless love letters to monsters like the Night Stalker or Charles Manson. She had mocked how desperate they must be. Her brother had begged her not to write Dick. She had promised she wouldn't. Yet she never forgot him, especially on sleepless nights when heat rose in her blood. She kept him buried in the back of her mind until his first letter arrived. With time and distance, she understood. A man in prison had nothing but time and total focus. No distractions, no escapes. His letters grew longer, 10 pages, then 15, pouring everything into her. The men around her began to seem soft and pale by comparison, weak against anything harsher than a tattoo or a hangover. Dick felt like a relic from a harder era. Even his name carried raw audacity. Soon she dreamed of him taking her roughly hands, uncontrollable, tearing at her clothes. The visions struck her by day like revelations. She broke her promise to her brother and wrote back, sharing details of her bar job, sleazy managers, thieving co-workers, and her wish for a beach-clothes apartment. He rejected the small talk, demanding the real her. Something raw she had never given anyone. The letter pierced her completely. She answered with 11 dense pages written through hand cramps on a Sunday, confessing her darkest secret. How on September 11th she had felt the usual horror, but also a secret thrill watching the towers collapse in fire and dust, bodies falling, the raw excitement making her feel alive for the first time. Her gray Missouri high school life had suddenly seemed part of something bigger and more terrible than safety. She had buried that bright, awful truth ever since, because safety was a lie and there were worse things in danger. By sharing it, she offered herself to him. He claimed her on the next visit, his rough hand on her leg exactly as she had imagined, feeding her danger by proxy. He told her he was a lieutenant in Aryan Steel with soldiers under him and generals above, that he fought and killed for them. She drove back to Los Angeles in a trance as the sun sank into the ocean. A few visits later, he asked for her help. Open an untraceable bank account, accept deposits, buy a burner phone for calls. She told herself to end it and return to her narrow, safe life. But the next visit, she arrived with a bank book in her hands. He pulled her into his world. She disliked it. The vicious women, the cruel-eyed men stained by meth. But by the time she looked back, the old shore had vanished. She was adrift in deep water. She passed hundreds of messages, some coded in letters, others in vague phone talk. The only one that lodged in her was the death order against Nate, Avis, and Polly. Dick had made her repeat it aloud. The words tasted sour, yet she delivered them to him, then carried them home to the others. A week later, she heard on the news about the woman's death, like flicking one domino that toppled a tower. Now, trapped in the car with the gun and the staring girl, Charlotte faced that this time no one had forced her. She had chosen, the guilt was hers. Her anger and fear drained away as she looked at the gun. Then the girl. She asked what they wanted to know. Nate said everything. Polly stayed silent, clutching her teddy bear with murder in her eyes. While her father questioned Charlotte in Huntington Beach, Polly took notes with a tooth-marked pencil and a notebook pulled from her school bag. She ripped out old pages of division problems and South America facts, crumpling them to the floor. At the top, she wrote Aryan Steel and drew a line, then numbered locations as Charlotte spoke. Charlotte kept glancing at Polly, then away, fingers touching the scratches on her face where Polly had attacked. Polly enjoyed the look, fear mixed with disbelief, as if she were a monster in a little girl's skin. Some terms Polly understood, others she didn't, but she wrote them all anyway, trusting her father would know or ask. She noted the chop shop south of MacArthur Park near the chicken place, run by Peckerwood Nation. She mouthed the words silently to the bear because they felt fun. Peckerwood Chop Shop. She listed a trap house by the Hollywood In and Out, an Odin's Bastards biker bar on the PCH, a Peckerwood safe house in Venice Beach, a white power metal bar in Encino, and the main stash house in Sun Valley between the scrapyard and garbage dump. Her father pressed hardest on the last one. He asked what kind of stash house it was. Charlotte said Crank, the main supply for the Nazi dope boys. Polly wrote it down even though she didn't know the word. Her father said that might be the one. Charlotte suggested that if he wanted to hurt them, that was the place to hit. He asked if she had been inside. She said once. He asked if she could draw the layout. She nodded. Polly handed over the notebook and pulled herself up behind the seat to watch, noticing Charlotte's faint fake flower scent. She glanced at her father, something hungry in his eyes as he watched Charlotte unsettle Polly. Polly asked if that was everything to break the thick silence. Her father asked who ran the operation. Charlotte said they called him A-Rod. Polly pointed out that was a baseball player. Her father said it was slang for a hitter, a killer. Charlotte confirmed it. He noted the man would be trouble. Charlotte agreed, then turned to Polly and apologized for cursing. Polly said it was fine. She heard curse words all the time from her dad. Nate said her name in warning. The bear seemed to shake with silent laughter, paw slapping its leg. Charlotte noticed and gave a look that said the girl was crazy. Polly fought the urge to hide the bear. She didn't care what this woman thought. Charlotte asked if they were really going to rob the place. These men were killers. Her father asked if she thought they didn't already know that. Charlotte turned away quickly as if slapped. She admitted they probably did. Nate warned that if he sensed she had told anyone about this, he would come back for her and she wouldn't see him coming. Charlotte replied that if she breathed the word, the line of people wanting her dead would be longer than his. They released her in front of her house. Polly watched her walk to the door, glancing back nervously, while her father watched with that same hungry expression. Polly clutched the bear tighter. Polly asked if he would take her when he robbed them. He said it wasn't a game. Armed men who wouldn't hesitate to hurt a little girl. She answered that danger surrounded them anyway, so they should stay together. She wanted to help. He stayed quiet for a long moment, glancing sideways at her and exhaling slowly. Then he agreed she could help. She said okay, but he would have to tell her exactly what to do. She had never robbed anything before. In Sun Valley, up until the moment the girl with cherry soda hair and wild blue eyes appeared at the door, Scubby still counted himself a lucky man for a suck-mouth son of a bitch like him. No better job existed than official crank taster for the L.A. Nazi dope boys. 3 lines of crystal waited on the table, each a slightly different shade of white. Paper, snow, bone. Scubby had the eye for it. That was his gift. A rod stood beside him, fingers rubbing the row of blue thunderbolt tattoos on his arm. A quiet warning whenever Scubby drifted out of line. Scubby knew A-Rod hated having him around. As king of the Nazi dope boys, A-Rod answered to Aryan Steel, and the boys inside had overruled him on the taster. Scubby understood the angles. A-Rod missed. When the meth hit the base of his spine, everything sharpened. He read newspapers, ads, cereal boxes, shampoo labels, even kitty litter ingredients. He knew the three-way arms race in the Southern California drug trade. Cops, cartels, Peckerwoods, ephedrine bans had changed everything. Mexico ramped up production while the Peckerwoods adapted with new recipes. Smurfing gave way to desert labs. The Nazi dope boys moved major crank brood out in Slabtown beyond Hangtree, protected by a bought sheriff named Hauser, who kept the Mexicans out and the labs running. The product came through Odin's bastards into Los Angeles, to this very depot house in Sun Valley. Then fanned out across Southern California. Everyone kicked up to Aryan Steel. Rod might run the dope boys, but he was still just a soldier. Scubby snorted the paper-white line. Jagged glass tore up his nostril. The burn promised an equal rush. Firecrackers popped behind his eyes. Legit, he confirmed. The snow-white line scraped barbed wire down his throat. Tears flooded his eyes. He started singing a snatch of an old song before A-Rod's glare killed it. He shook his head, made cartoon noises, and reached for the bill to finish the last line. Knock, knock, knock. A-Rod lifted his shirt to show the flat black pistol. Scubby gripped the table as ghost cops flickered at the edges of his vision. A-Rod waved the gun toward the door. Scubby refused with his face. The barrel swung at him. Staring down it, Scubby saw only darkness, a preview of forever. He went to the peephole. A one-eyed teddy bear stared back. Meth psychosis, he figured. Too much crank on top of adrenaline frying his brain into candy. He angled again. The bear sat stuffed in a backpack, head poking out. Below it, a girl with Kurt Cobain eyes and cherry soda hair. He told A-Rod it was a girl, a teenage girl. A-Rod shoved him aside, looked, whistled, and said he'd be damned. He unlocked the 4 deadbolts and opened the door, gun hidden behind his back. He greeted the little lady in a voice like honey over a blade. Scubby saw the girl's face change. She answered in a sing-song that her dog had run away. A-Rod expressed mock concern and offered to help, then undid the chain and opened the door wider. Sirens wailed in Scubby's skull. The world flipped into an action movie. The girl stepped aside. A jailhouse-built man with matching crazy blue eyes and prison tattoos surged in, sawed-off shotgun raised. A-Rod lunged. The man swung the butt of the shotgun like a highway collision. A-Rod's nose exploded. Blood arced across the coffee table, streaking the final line of meth. The girl pulled the bear from her backpack. It waved at Scubby. Psychosis still felt like the simplest explanation. A-Rod sprawled on the floor, face a red ruin. The man advanced on Scubby. Scubby saw his own reflection in those eyes. No muscle, nostrils raw, fresh piss spreading in his jeans, and knew the label "No Threat" might as well be stamped on his forehead. The man asked his name. Scubby gave it. The man demanded the stash. A-Rod snarled through a mouthful of blood and broken teeth not to tell them. Scubby nodded toward the coat closet. The girl handed Scubby a roll of duct tape and told him in that same sing-song voice that they had to tie them up. It would go easier if he helped. He taped A-Rod's hands behind his back. When he finished, the girl held the bear like a puppet. It nodded at him approvingly. Behind her, the man already held the grocery bags full of dope. The man asked if that was all of it. Scubby said yes. About 10 bricks, the whole load. The man pressed the sawed-off barrels to Scubby's head. Scubby felt every rough splinter where the barrels had been cut. He wondered if a piece of his brain would keep singing lyrics to itself on the wall after the shot. The man asked slowly if he was sure. Scubby confirmed it. The man studied him like weighing pros and cons on whether to kill. Scubby's body gave one last painful squeeze, where piss had already run out. The girl told the man not to hurt Scubby. He didn't have the blue lightning tattoos. This one did. The way she said it hit Scubby like ice water. A-Rod rocked up to his knees and said he knew who they were. The zombie. And this little... The man's boot shut A-Rod's mouth. A-Rod toppled backward, skull cracking hard on the floor with nothing to break the fall. The girl made the bear cover its eyes and shake its head as if horrified. From the light in her own eyes, Scubby wasn't sure she agreed. She didn't seem to think it was terrible at all. The man tapped blood off his shoe against the coffee table leg like knocking snow from a boot. He told Scubby to pass the message down the line. Nate McClusky wasn't stopping until they lifted the green light on his girl. He asked who he was. Scubby repeated the name. The girl added Polly too. The man looked at her, smiled, and she smiled back. Scubby felt certain none of this was real. He was staring at a white wall in some place that only served spoon food. The man echoed it. Nate McClusky and Polly, too. Then they were gone. Scubby sat on the couch, still unsure what was real. A rod demanded to be cut loose. Scubby considered it. A rod would have a lot of frustration to burn off, and only one stress ball in the room. Scubby said no. He was just going to moonwalk the fuck out of there. A-Rod threatened what would happen when he found him. Scubby said he hoped that never happened. The final test line on the table was freckled with red dots from A-Rod's blood. Scubby figured who knew when he'd find another hookup. He snorted it anyway, blood and all. Volcanoes erupted inside him. He tasted battery acid, sewage, and A-Rod's spirit like some cannibal warrior transfer. On his way out the door, he told A-Rod that last line was the winner. He stepped into the Sun Valley air, a free man. For the first time ever, it smelled sweet, even filthy. Polly felt the bandit thrill surge through her veins as the car tore through the night streets of Sun Valley. Her father drove with sharp purpose, weaving lefts and rights that looked random but weren't. She powered down the window and thrust her head into the rushing wind, tasting the cool darkness on her tongue. Every inch of her body felt alive, electric, from toes to the tips of her hair whipping against her skull. They passed an SUV packed with a woman at the wheel and kids peering out, noses smudged against the glass. The bear mooned them shamelessly. Polly burst out laughing. Her father joined in. When the light flipped green, he gunned the engine. She shrieked with pure wild joy and tumbled back into her seat. He told her to come back down to earth. She settled slowly, wondering what Madison Cartwright might be doing right then. The girl's face seemed so small and pinched now, almost rat-like. Nothing like the impossibly pretty image it once held in Polly's mind. She admitted it felt far more fun than she had expected. He warned that it wasn't always like this, then reminded her to buckle her seatbelt. The last thing they needed was a traffic stop over something so stupid. As she clicked the belt into place, hunger gnawed at her. She asked for pancakes. The bear rubbed his stomach in eager agreement. She announced the bear's vote. Her father noted how conveniently the bear always wanted the same thing she did. She insisted the bear liked him too, then had the stuffed toy lean over and plant a kiss on his cheek. Polly opened the paper bag and lifted out the plastic-wrapped bricks of white powder, holding them gingerly at arm's length as if they might explode. She asked if this was meth. He confirmed it was bad news. The bear climbed down her lap to investigate, plunging his head into the bag before jerking back out, shaking as though shocked with electricity. Polly laughed so hard she feared she might wet herself. She flung the bear upward, He bounced off the car ceiling and crashed to the floor. Her father's laughter rolled loud and long. She scolded the bear that drugs were bad, still rubbing her aching stomach muscles. Then she asked what they would actually do with the stuff. He said they would dump it all. They didn't want it, only wanted to make sure the others no longer had it. She wondered aloud if it would be enough to make them quit. He asked what she meant. She pressed whether they would stop now. Uncertainty twisted inside her. She craved safety, nights without waking at every sound, yet she had no clear picture of what their life would become afterward. He had once described Perdido to her, a hidden beach town in Mexico for people who had run from everything, an outlaw haven. She was one of them now. Would she be the only girl there? He told her no, they wouldn't quit from this alone. They would need to hurt them far worse. Mixed feelings churned through Polly. She didn't know if she felt happy or sad, but she knew she needed to taste that bandit joy again. Back at the apartment after diner pancakes, Polly opened the first plastic bag, the kind kids use for carrot sticks at school, and dumped the white powder into the toilet. It mostly just vanished instead of bubbling like some witch's brew. She reached for the second bag. From the doorway, Nate told her to dump it slowly. The stuff ate pipes, and they didn't need a plumber. She echoed the question in surprise. He reminded her again it was bad news, then said he was heading out. She asked where. He answered vaguely, offering to bring something back. She requested candy. He pointed out she had just eaten pancakes. She shrugged it off. He reminded her she was in training. She pleaded for just one small piece. He finally agreed. She flushed, grabbed the next bag, and kept dumping. He warned her to cover her face before leaving. She pulled her t-shirt up over her mouth like a mask and continued until it was all gone. Then she moved to the sink, still masked, looking every bit the bandit. She was a bandit. Pulling the shirt down, Polly stared at her reflection. The bright red hair she had chosen cut almost boy short. The memory of the man with the blue lightning tattoo opening the door flooded back, souring her mood. He had stared at her not as a person, but as meat on a plate, deciding which piece to devour first. She touched the mirror glass. She was glad her father had hurt that man, yet felt guilty for the gladness. As a little kid, she used to feel only one emotion at a time. Now everything came tangled. Nothing ever felt level, like walking in two different-sized shoes. She told the bear she might dye her hair back to normal. The bear shook his head firmly, reached out to stroke her hair, and gave a thumbless thumbs up. She smiled and agreed she liked it too. Fuck that guy. In Huntington Beach, Nate drove as if aimlessly clearing his head, though he knew exactly where he was heading, west. He knocked on the door. She opened it only a crack. Foot braced behind it, already showing more caution than the fool at the stash house. She claimed she had already told him everything she knew. He said that wasn't why he had come. She demanded to know why then. He told her they had hit the stash house that day. She insisted she didn't want to hear it. He warned that questions would come, and they would reach her soon enough. She urged him to take his daughter and get out of California. He answered that nowhere was safe anymore. That was exactly why they were fighting. Headlights swept over them as a car passed. Nate's hand brushed the gun hidden in his hoodie pocket. She noticed the movement. He saw the fear it sparked in her, mixed with something else she liked. She told him he had to leave. He was crazy for even being there. He knew it, but asked if he could come back. She asked why. He said she already knew. Her wild eyes told him she did feel it too. Yet something cautious inside her won out. She shook her head. She suggested he find someone who didn't know who he was. He replied that she already knew his secret and he knew hers. She denied it. He described how she had been living in a cage she built so gradually she never noticed the door locking behind her, and how she still hadn't fully admitted she wanted out. She pleaded for him to go. He stepped back, turning away to leave the choice to her. Then she called after him that she would meet him someplace where nobody knew her. Polly lived through days that blurred into the wildest and best she had ever known, later recalled only in jagged, out-of-order flashes. Food tasted vivid again, as if a dead layer had been scraped from her tongue. They devoured Mexican meals constantly, warm pork-fat tortillas, crisp pork, sharp pickled onions, sauces blazing red or green that lit fire across her mouth and throat. Her father sweated and hiccuped from the heat, but she craved it. He noted she got that from her mother. The words stung, yet steadied her somehow. She felt herself growing, skin stretching tight, a dull nightly ache blooming in her nipples. They fell into a routine she hadn't realized she needed. Mornings meant prison yard exercises, push-ups, jumping jacks. He pushed her exactly the right amount, and she learned to welcome the misery. He taught her to box, snapping the jab like a cannon, snapping it back to stay guarded, hands high for protection. He taught her to wrestle, turning leverage into raw power. Fulcrums became chokes and wrist locks. At night, she sometimes dreamed of faceless opponents, winning or losing. He showed her dirty fighting, thumbs to eyes, fishhooks, and she blushed when he demonstrated the crotch kick, struck by how strangely evolution had wired that vulnerable switch in a man. Afternoons brought second-hand books and choke practice with the bear. Then the three of them danced to loud hip-hop. The bear twisted, swam, skanked, and shook while she kept the songs coming. They never spoke the one thing that needed saying between father and daughter, yet she felt its truth in every breath, and she knew he did too. That silent certainty was enough. Nights belonged to the hunt. Polly lived for those hours, the shift from preparation to action, feeling like stepping out of a rocket into open space. They struck a white power club in the valley, its sign reading Tonnite Steel Toe H8. She kept watch from the driver's seat, hand hovering over the horn for the two-honk warning. Bass thumped and drums rattled like gunfire from inside. She bobbed her head to the rhythm. Shaved-head kids with fresh scalps and marker swastikas scattered as her father moved in with the sawed-off. He took the gate money while the foaming bouncer swore revenge. Later they bought steaks with that money, grilled them rare at midnight, and devoured them, pink juices running down her chin. There was a chop shop, too. They broke in at 2 a.m, Polly wired from robbery adrenaline and no sleep. She giggled as he boosted her through the broken window, then passed her the gas cans and sterno bomb. Fumes stung her eyes while she doused the room. A strange bok 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 drew her to an office. Inside, she found a black rooster with a bright white mohawk locked in a cage. She handed the cage out to her father before lighting the fuse. He identified it as a fighting cock while they drove away, the bird squawking in the back seat. She explained she couldn't let it burn. The bear offered a paw. The rooster pecked it hard. They released the bird in MacArthur Park, shooing it into the dark. Her father tried to chase it and backed off when wings flared. She teased him for being chicken. The bear slapped his knee in laughter. Sirens painted the night red as fire trucks rolled below. The rooster vanished into shadow. They both laughed. Her father squeezed her shoulder. She rested her hand on his, while fire engine lights strobed across their faces. She asked if they had done that, already knowing but needing to hear it. He confirmed they had. She leaned into him, breathing him in. Tiny Tim was an Aryan Steel tax collector, the largest person Polly had ever seen. Her father explained how every white criminal in the state owed 10%, the dime, and Tiny Tim collected it. The giant ducked under doorframes but sometimes forgot, then absent-mindedly mined his nose and ate what he found. Trailing him in the green monster, Polly and her father stifled laughter like kids in church. She pressed her face into her father's shoulder to hide it. They followed him all day as his backpack grew heavier until he entered a house in Little Armenia. Her father decided this was the spot and asked if she knew the plan. She nodded and asked what the place was. He said it was where men went. She noted there were women inside. He confirmed it. She called them ladies of the night. He laughed and she told him to shut up, insisting that was the term. He asked where she learned it. She said from reading and not to laugh at her. Her skin tingled with pre-mission energy, the fuel she had learned to ride instead of letting it burn her out. Tiny Tim stepped out and cracked his head on the doorframe again, rubbing his scalp. Polly slipped from the car to face him on the sidewalk. Her father struck from behind, kicking the knee so it cracked like burning wood. The giant dropped with a higher-pitched scream than expected, hands clutching the ruined joint. She snatched the backpack. They sprinted to the car and burned rubber away. Inside, the bag brimmed with cash. She counted thousands that fluttered like palm fronds in the wind. She declared them rich. He said not yet, but the next job would get them there. That should have brought relief. Instead, a trapped rat feeling gripped her, the same one she hadn't felt in weeks, as if Venus were ascending again. She asked what the job was. He said it was the Steele's bank, an old warehouse in Chinatown where tax collectors delivered the dime before laundering. Hitting it would buy them out of the greenlight. She asked how he learned about it when Charlotte never mentioned the place. He said she had told him last night. His voice carried wrong notes. The car wall seemed to close in. She asked when. He admitted he had been seeing her. Polly flung double handfuls of cash out the window. Back at the house, she told the bear the woman was one of them. Her father corrected her to speak to him directly. She repeated it. The real accusation hanging unspoken. You lied. He insisted Charlotte wasn't like that, just a confused kid helping them. She had never seen him look so weak, not even when shot. She turned away, bad thoughts boiling over. Ruined, they were ruined. She trained for hours, sweating, punching pillows, rolling on the floor, anything to stay in the moment. While she choked out a pillow he called from the bathroom. She kept working the hold, running the mental checklist. He called again, saying to stay angry if she wanted, but come see this. She entered. He had stripped the boxers and hiked them up to reveal the old gunshot wound. It had nearly healed, but now bloomed purple again, a hard gray core pushing outward at the center. She asked if it was infected, hospital looping in her head. He said no, and told her to touch the gray part. Her fingers brushed cold metal. He explained it was the bullet. His body was rejecting it, slowly working the slug out like a splinter until he could yank it free. She saw in his eyes that he thought it was cool. She didn't. She didn't believe in magic, yet it felt like an omen, the gods reminding her that nothing stayed buried forever. Lewis's junk hunger clawed through him like a starvation that once turned whale ship sailors into cannibals. It knotted his muscles, chilled the desert air against his skin until he shivered, and kept the faucet running in his nose. Dope sickness shoved everything else aside. The handcuffs chewing his wrists, the fact that he rode cuffed in the back of a cop car headed for jail. His stomach bulged under the t-shirt, swollen with the very thing he craved. 50 heroin capsules he had forced down one by one in the back room of a Taketi bar. 2 cartel hard cases in polyester shirts and Jesus Malverde boots had demonstrated. Condom stuffed with capsules, dipped in oil, swallow, sip water, repeat. They left him with a spike, spoon, lighter, cotton filter, and one good shot of Mexican brown, enough to keep him steady until he reached Frogtown Reefa and the Carnales who would fix him right. It would have been enough if everything had not gone to hell 30 minutes past the border. The stop had not even been a speed trap. A cruiser slid out from a side street and fell in behind him as if it had been waiting. The deputies ordered him out without checking his license, cuffed him, and left his car abandoned on the shoulder with the door hanging open. Not an arrest, of vanishing. Sheriff Hauser drove with scarred knuckles locked on the wheel, mirror shades hiding his eyes, gray bristle mustache above a mouth that wasted no words. He ran red lights and stop signs as though they did not exist. His partner, Jimmy, looked like something pale and hairless dragged from underground. Jimmy kept glancing back with a wet, clownish smile that made Lewis's balls try to climb into his belly, though there was no room, only the dope-packed condoms and the hunger. They rolled through Hangtree. Locals stiffened at the sight of the cruiser. Every face carried missing teeth and tweaker eyes. Rotten egg meth fumes drifted through the vents. The station house appeared ahead, but the car never slowed. Luis pictured himself kicking cold turkey in a cell and hoped some crew, La M, Aryan Steel, even the Black Gorilla family, had a line inside. Instead, they climbed higher into the desert. The road twisted past Slabtown. Concrete slabs sunk in the dirt, homemade shacks and campers sprouting chimneys, spray-painted pentagrams, green bottle glass spelling Slaptown. A dead tree dripped old shoes. A naked man in a butcher's apron and surgical mask nodded at Hauser like morning, boss. Hauser touched his hat in return. They left the village behind and turned onto a dirt track. The bad feeling spiked. Luis asked where they were taking him. Jimmy giggled and mopped sweat from his bald head. The cruiser climbed, gravel popping under the tires, until a razor-wire fence appeared around a windowless cinder-block building. Lewis's stomach dropped acid on top of the sickness. Jimmy noted he did not look good. Hauser reckoned the man had a powerful thirst. A scarred pit bull with torn ears rose man-high against the chain link, growling. Hauser parked, chained the dog in the shade, then delivered a calm lecture while staring at Luis. Dogs were not people, but people were dogs. Obedient when called, wild when unwatched, ashamed afterward, loyal to the strong, cruel to the weak, bored destroyers who needed to pack. Luis tried to warn them. He told them he ran with Frogtown Reefa, straight up to La M. Stealing from the Mexican mafia was suicide. Hauser removed his shades, eyes colder than the lenses. He said they already knew exactly where he was and welcomed any visit. Luis understood then. This cop was untouchable. No cartel would touch a U.S. badge on this side of the border. He tried bargaining. They had passed a dozen labs on the way up and done nothing. Surely there was a deal. Hauser asked if he was trying to bribe a cop. Luis demanded to be taken to jail if that was what he was. Hauser smiled and explained his real job. He protected those who paid him and cleared out those who did not, especially brown boys like Luis. Jimmy held up a plastic bag of dried mushrooms and begged to feed them to him for a little MK Ultra mind control fun. Hauser refused. They had business and no time. He told Luis they knew what he carried in his belly and would have it now. Either he brought it up himself or they would take the other route. Luis dropped to his knees on the cracked concrete inside the stifling shed. He jammed 2 fingers down his throat and heaved. Nothing came but bile and sour strings. He tried again and again until tears streamed and his nose ran. Dry Hauser decided the capsules had traveled too far. Jimmy flipped on the green fluorescent lights. In the sudden glare, Luis saw the manacled table. The second table laid with knives, scalpels, and a bone saw curved like a grin. Rubber gloves, plastic bags, a hose running from the sink. A homemade surgery theater. He lunged. Hauser caught his wrists and slammed him down. Jimmy locked an arm around his throat. The fight drained out of him fast. Hauser said they were sorry, but had no time to wait for nature. Jimmy moved the knife into place. The last thing Luis felt was the pain and the hunger suddenly lifting. One brief second of perfect peace before the nothing took him. Nate sat tense behind the wheel, the dry desert wind scraping across his nerves like matchstick weather, hot, thirsty air that made the whole world feel ready to ignite. He had parked half a block from the bank, determined this time to stay cold and precise. No more sloppy moves driven by Polly's wild energy. This score would deliver enough cash for their freedom, maybe even carry them all the way to Perdido. By then, she would have cooled off. She would have to. A fruit vendor chopped mangoes and pineapples on the corner. Nate had offered Polly a sweating soda as a peace gesture, but she refused it, simply rolling the cold can across her forehead. The .38 rested in the cup holder beneath a newspaper. He suggested turning on music, then immediately regretted the weakness of offering her anything more. She exhaled against the window, shaping a foggy circle with her mouth, then added thumbprint eyes and a straight-line smile. The childish drawing twisted something sharp inside him. This stretch of Chinatown had nothing to do with Chinese culture anymore, only artists and low-rent filmmakers. Tucked among the warehouses stood the bank exactly as Charlotte had described it. The mere thought of Charlotte stripped away a layer of restraint, flooding him with raw flashes of sensation, sound, and scent. Polly's voice pulled him back. A battered pickup had stopped in front of the building. The driver wore sunglasses and a splint on his broken nose, with 3 blue bolts tattooed on his arm. The face looked familiar. Polly recognized him first. She identified him as A-Rod and slumped lower in her seat. Nate ordered her to put on the Dodgers cap immediately. She tugged it on, tucking her red hair underneath, and checked her reflection in the side mirror. From their vantage, he could see into the truck bed. A tarp, plastic sheeting, shovels, and heavy bags, he guessed, held quicklime. A complete kit for disposing of a body. The alley door of the bank opened. 2 skinheads escorted a dreadlocked kid outside. Nate recognized him at once as Scubby, the one who had helped him before. Polly named him too and realized what was coming. She understood A-Rod meant to kill the boy. Stress cracked through her words as she insisted they had to save him, that Scubby was dying because of them, because they had dragged him into their mess. Nate gripped the steering wheel until his hands ached, refusing. He told her he would do whatever it took to keep her safe, even this. She begged him not to let the boy die. When he ordered her to close her eyes, she covered them with her hands. Nate watched everything unfold. Scubby's eyes pleaded desperately. Nate felt the weight of another face he would see in the dark later. Another ghost added to the list alongside Avis and Tom. His brother's mocking laugh echoed in his mind, calling out the emptiness of any promise of justice. Then the passenger door clicked open. Polly was already running toward the alley. Nate cursed and reached for the pistol, but his fingers closed around the cold aluminum soda can instead. She had taken the gun and left the drink in its place. Polly's heart hammered as the command burned through her. She had to save him. No one else's voice, just her own. She would not allow another death on her hands. Sweat poured down her body in the locked car heat. She dashed across the street, barely registering a car screeching to a halt or the curse shouted in an unknown language. The gun weighed heavy in her grip as she entered the alley on a deep breath. A rod gripped Scubby's shoulders while the 2 skinheads stood near the truck. She tried to tell them to leave the boy alone, but her voice emerged as a dry rasp. She repeated it louder. The men turned with expressions of pure disbelief. She leveled the pistol at A-Rod, her hand shaking only slightly. She pleaded for them to release him and immediately knew she had done it wrong. You do not say please while holding a gun. The world jittered under the sudden glare of evening lights. Every sound sharpened. Car horns, a distant helicopter, growling engines, drifting music. Every smell assaulted her. Rotting produce, motor oil, stale urine. She saw A-Rod's hand drifting behind his back, Scubby's bloodshot pleading eyes, the heavily tattooed skinhead advancing, and the cleaner one with fresh ink and frightened eyes. Muscles twitched across her body. A-Rod ordered them to grab her, claiming she was worth a franchise. The tattooed man moved in as if she posed no threat at all. A-Rod taunted that she would never shoot. Polly squeezed the trigger. The pistol bucked hard in her hands and emptied in seconds. Nate sprinted across the street, soda-can still clenched in his fist. Gunshots cracked from the alley amid screams on the sidewalk. He reached the entrance, certain he would find his daughter dead, knowing he would die here too if she had. Instead, Polly stood just inside the alley, back to him, the smoking .38 in her hand. A-Rod faced Nate. Scubby and the younger skinhead pressed against the brick wall behind them. The tattooed man clutched his neck, where one of Polly's bullets had grazed him, blood seeping between his fingers. He advanced and kicked her down, then raised his large pistol toward her head. Nate shouted and hurled the soda can with all his strength. It smashed into the man's face, splitting open and spraying liquid down the alley. The tattooed man dropped, hands covering his crushed nose, the big pistol clattering away. Nate stepped in front of Polly, snatched up the fallen weapon, and prayed it was loaded. A-Rod and the young skinhead retreated deeper into the alley. A-Rod ducked behind a dumpster. The younger one aimed at Nate but fumbled, forgetting the safety. He turned and ran, disappearing out the far end. Scubby bolted past A-Rod and raced by Nate and Polly into the street. A-Rod rose with a hunting rifle from the truck. Bullets snapped past Nate's head. He raised the captured pistol with its extended magazine and fired as fast as he could pull the trigger, the echoes bouncing wildly while tires squealed and bystanders screamed. Nate backed slowly, shielding Polly with his body, still shooting to keep A-Rod pinned. They cleared the alley mouth and broke into a run. Skinhead stared from the bank doorway. Nate waved the pistol at them. An eerie quiet fell over the city, broken only by the loud slap of their footsteps. Sirens wailed in the distance. Nate glanced toward their car. Scubby waited there by the green monster. Nate ordered him to get away and raised the pistol, but the slide locked back empty. Scubby begged him to take him along or A-Rod would kill him. Nate saw no point in arguing. He shoved Polly across the driver's seat, let Scubby dive into the back, reeking of fresh and old urine, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. He slammed the gas pedal down. His brother's voice cut through the chaos, calm and steady. "Breathe, little brother." Nate eased the green monster into the street without squealing the tires. He scanned every mirror for patrol cars and strained to catch the thump of helicopter blades overhead. He took the right, then the left, while Polly poured out apologies between sobs beside him. When he glanced over, he saw tears cutting clean tracks through the blood streaking her face. Blood on her face. Inside him, something begged whatever still listened in the universe to trade places. Take me instead. Me for her. He asked where the blood had come from. He reached over and touched her cheek, then showed her the red on his fingertips. Her eyes widened. She insisted she was fine. He told her to check herself anyway. Sometimes you don't feel a bullet right away. She patted down her body while he merged onto the 101. Traffic moved freely for once. She repeated that she was okay. And this time, the words carried real weight. Nate felt the knot in his chest loosen. Sweat that had beaded across his skin finally began to cool and evaporate. He took her hand. She clutched the stuffed bear in a tight headlock and wiped her face on her sleeve. In that moment, he knew it was finished. Me for her. The thought warmed him and chilled him at the same time. From the back seat, Scubby muttered that the whole thing had been insane. Nate had almost forgotten he was back there. He told the kid to pick a drop-off spot and make it quick. Following Scubby's directions, he exited at Silver Lake Boulevard. The underpass had become a tent city. The people inside, hollow-eyed and ragged. Nate asked if this was good enough. Scubby said it was as good as anywhere, and that they had caught him completely off guard. Nate warned him that the next time he saw his face, he would end him. Scubby answered with a tired joke about a club that met on Tuesdays, then nodded toward Polly and thanked the wild child for missing. He slipped through a gap in the chain link and disappeared among the tents. The bear's paw lifted in a small wave from Polly's lap. They parked in front of the apartment building. Nate left the engine idling. Polly told him she was sorry for what she had done. He answered that wanting to save the boy had been the right instinct, but she could have been killed. When those shots cracked out, he had been sure she was gone. She asked if he had really believed she was dead instead of the one firing. He admitted he hadn't known what to think. She confessed she had missed. He told her she had been too wild with a small handgun like that. She promised that next time she would stay calm. Before he could tell her there would be no next time, a shadow detached itself from the side of the building and started toward the car. Nate had just enough time to realize every gun inside was empty and that it could all end this fast. Charlotte had settled into a perfect lazy evening. She wore an old electric wizard shirt and boxers, the blown glass mushroom bowl packed with indica, a mix of diet soda and rum, and a bag of chips. She planned to get high and drift through sitcoms until sleep took her. She had just taken a long hit and exhaled with playful dragon growls. Her fingers brushed a red mark on her wrist where Nate had gripped her earlier. Thinking of him sent a low, pleasant hum through every cell. Their secret meetings in back seats in cheap motels carried the same double-agent thrill she once felt with Dick, yet being with Nate never left her hating herself. It frightened her in ways that felt both dangerous and right. The doorbell chimed and jolted her like an alarm. She told herself it was only stoner nerves. She padded to the door and kept the chain latched out of caution. On the porch stood Kim, popping gum, beauty mark piercings dotting her cheeks, thick pancake makeup covering rough skin. Kim said there was a gathering at the beach. Charlotte glanced past her to the car idling at the curb. Smoke and rockabilly music leaked from the windows. Silhouettes of men sat inside. She could feel their eyes on her. She hesitated. Kim pressed her to come along. They could stop for liquor on the way. Charlotte said she was already settled in for the night and wondered how many windows in the house stood open and how quickly she could close them all. Kim asked if she was sure, her eyes flat and unblinking while she popped her gum. Charlotte said yes. After 3 more deliberate pops, Kim smiled in a way that said they already knew everything and told her maybe later. Charlotte shut the door, pressed her back against it, then ran for the kitchen. She grabbed the biggest butcher knife, snatched her phone, and locked herself in the bathroom. She climbed into the tub, dialed 911, and kept her thumb hovering over the call button while the knife trembled in her other hand. Every creak in the house hit her like a physical blow. Hours crawled by until the weed and adrenaline finally ebbed. She packed a bag, slipped outside, and drove off into the night without anyone stopping her. She headed into Los Angeles. With empty freeways, the city felt strangely compact. In Koreatown, she stopped at an all-night diner and ate beef soup surrounded by drunk club kids. Later, she found a quiet side street in the valley and slept in the car. When she reached the address Nate had once given her during one of their nights together, the building stood dark. She waited. Just after nightfall, his car pulled up. She walked to the window and saw Nate aiming a pistol straight at her. The girl sat beside him, blood still streaked across her face. Nate eased the green monster into the street without squealing the tires. He scanned every mirror for patrol cars and strained to catch the thump of helicopter blades overhead. He took the right, then the left, while Polly poured out apologies between sobs beside him. When he glanced over, he saw tears cutting clean tracks through the blood streaking her face. Blood on her face. Inside him, something begged whatever still listened in the universe to trade places. Take me instead. Me for her. He asked where the blood had come from. He reached over and touched her cheek, then showed her the red on his fingertips. Her eyes widened. She insisted she was fine. He told her to check herself anyway. Sometimes you don't feel a bullet right away. She patted down her body while he merged onto the 101. Traffic moved freely for once. She repeated that she was okay, and this time the words carried real weight. Nate felt the knot in his chest loosen. Sweat that had beaded across his skin finally began to cool and evaporate. He took her hand. She clutched the stuffed bear in a tight headlock and wiped her face on her sleeve. In that moment, he knew it was finished. Me for her. The thought warmed him and chilled him at the same time. From the back seat, Scubby muttered that the whole thing had been insane. Nate had almost forgotten he was back there. He told the kid to pick a drop-off spot and make it quick. Following Scubby's directions, he exited at Silver Lake Boulevard. The underpass had become a tent city, the people inside, hollow-eyed and ragged. Nate asked if this was good enough. Scubby said it was as good as anywhere, and that they had caught him completely off guard. Nate warned him that the next time he saw his face, he would end him. Scubby answered with a tired joke about a club that met on Tuesdays, then nodded toward Polly and thanked the wild child for missing. He slipped through a gap in the chain link and disappeared among the tents. The bear's paw lifted in a small wave from Polly's lap. They parked in front of the apartment building. Nate left the engine idling. Polly told him she was sorry for what she had done. He answered that wanting to save the boy had been the right instinct, but she could have been killed. When those shots cracked out, he had been sure she was gone. She asked if he had really believed she was dead instead of the one firing. He admitted he hadn't known what to think. She confessed she had missed. He told her she had been too wild with a small handgun like that. She promised that next time she would stay calm. Before he could tell her there would be no next time, a shadow detached itself from the side of the building and started toward the car. Nate had just enough time to realize every gun inside was empty and that it could all end this fast. Charlotte had settled into a perfect lazy evening. She wore an old Electric Wizard shirt and boxers, the blown glass mushroom bowl packed with indica, a mix of diet soda and rum, and a bag of chips. She planned to get high and drift through sitcoms until sleep took her. She had just taken a long hit and exhaled with playful dragon growls. Her fingers brushed the red mark on her wrist where Nate had gripped her earlier. Thinking of him sent a low, pleasant hum through every cell. Their secret meetings in back seats in cheap motels carried the same double-agent thrill she once felt with Dick. Yet being with Nate never left her hating herself. It frightened her in ways that felt both dangerous and right. The doorbell chimed and jolted her like an alarm. She told herself it was only stoner nerves. She padded to the door and kept the chain latched out of caution. On the porch stood Kim, popping gum, beauty mark piercings dotting her cheeks, thick pancake makeup covering rough skin. Kim said there was a gathering at the beach. Charlotte glanced past her to the car idling at the curb. Smoke and rockabilly music leaked from the windows. Silhouettes of men sat inside. She could feel their eyes on her. She hesitated. Kim pressed her to come along. They could stop for liquor on the way. Charlotte said she was already settled in for the night and wondered how many windows in the house stood open and how quickly she could close them all. Kim asked if she was sure, her eyes flat and unblinking while she popped her gum. Charlotte said yes. After 3 more deliberate pops, Kim smiled in a way that said they already knew everything and told her maybe later. Charlotte shut the door, pressed her back against it, then ran for the kitchen. She grabbed the biggest butcher knife, snatched her phone, and locked herself in the bathroom. She climbed into the tub, dialed 911, and kept her thumb hovering over the call button while the knife trembled in her other hand. Every creak in the house hit her like a physical blow. Hours crawled by until the weed and adrenaline finally ebbed. She packed a bag, slipped outside, and drove off into the night without anyone stopping her. She headed into Los Angeles. With empty freeways, the city felt strangely compact. In Koreatown, She stopped at an all-night diner and ate beef soup surrounded by drunk club kids. Later, she found a quiet side street in the valley and slept in the car. When she reached the address Nate had once given her during one of their nights together, the building stood dark. She waited. Just after nightfall, his car pulled up. She walked to the window and saw Nate aiming a pistol straight at her. The girl sat beside him, blood still streaked across her face. The air inside the apartment had thickened into something almost solid, heavy as soup that planes could swim through. With Charlotte now living there, it felt closer to jelly. Polly and Nate still trained every morning, but everything had changed. Charlotte watched them. Polly felt those eyes on her constantly. Her punches landed short and her chokes lacked their old strength. Ruined. Nate gave up his bed so Charlotte could have the room, sleeping on the couch himself. It was a pointless lie no one believed. Polly sensed layers of unspoken words passing between the adults, a private language she could almost grasp but not quite. Charlotte kept her distance, flashing oversized adult smiles at Polly and speaking too loudly. The way grown-ups do when they don't know how to behave around children. Nights brought no more hunts. They ate takeout with the cash from Tiny Tim's backpack, more than enough to last for months. On the second quiet evening, while Charlotte lingered in the shower, Polly pointed out that it was never really about the money. Nate had said their goal was to make the others quit. He replied that it was time to change plans. She accused him of doing it because of Charlotte. He insisted it was because of what happened in Chinatown. She swore she wouldn't repeat her mistake, and reminded him she had already apologized. He gave her the familiar look that said he was the adult, and she was not the one that made her want to scream. He explained they could no longer bleed the enemy with small cuts. He could not risk her in the line of fire anymore. When she started to protest, his eyes warned her not to push. She asked if that meant they were finally heading to Perdido. He admitted he wasn't even sure Perdido existed. It might be nothing more than a dream. She insisted they could find out. He told her there was a place he had to go alone, a place she could not follow. She reminded him of his promise that they would stick together. He claimed it was only a bar where kids weren't allowed. She offered to wait outside under a blanket. After a long silence filled only by the shower's drone and the thick air, he agreed. She knew he meant it, yet she also sensed a deeper lie hidden beneath the words. Nate approached the dewdrop, thinking about how gunslingers always died. Billy the Kid, Wild Bill Hickok, Jesse James, each one taken without warning, shot in the back or while distracted. Real life never gave fair duels. It delivered a bullet from behind. Me for her. He stepped inside. The Dewdrop was a life bar for operators and heavies, not a tourist cowboy spot. Nick had called such places life bars, owned by ex-cons who had stepped away but still knew the right people. Barred windows, dim lighting from a few bulbs and neon signs, a pool table worn smooth down the center. The air smelled of decades-old smoke no band could erase. The bar belonged to La Aim. The man behind the counter was a classic Mexican hard case with faded jail tattoos, deep lines on his face, and the restless eyes of someone who had once been hunted. Nate understood. Once hunted, you never fully rested again. He felt the same exhaustion. The war had changed him. He slept in fragments, jolted awake by every small noise. A gun stayed under his pillow. Lack of sleep made dreams bleed into waking hours. Shadows moving at the edge of vision, phantom voices calling his name. He told himself it was only tiredness, but he could no longer be sure. Nate sat at the bar. The old hard case approached. He ordered the cheapest beer. He paid with a 20 and told the man to keep it. The bartender thanked him and asked if he had just come home. Nate named Susanville. The hard case mentioned doing time there too and asked which block. Nate answered B71. They traded remarks about the brutal heat and cold. It felt like passing passwords. The hard case asked his name. Nate slid $1,000 across the bar instead. He said he needed to speak with Carnales close to the route, someone who could get a ruling from La Aim. The bartender left the cash untouched and asked for more details. Nate explained he wanted to put a big name inside on the hat, someone on the inside. That was all he would say for now. The hard case studied him. Nate let his eyes show exactly where he had been. The bartender took the money. The test was passed. He told Nate to return tomorrow at the same time. He would find someone. Polly and the bear peeked out from under the blanket in the back seat as Nate started the engine. She asked if he had found them. He said maybe, and that he had to come back tomorrow. When she asked if he thought it would work, he lied and said yes. As they drove, Polly drummed on the dash while making the bear practice punches. Nate looked at her and felt his heart rise into his throat. Me for her. Life was twisted. Finding something worth living for also gave you something worth dying for. Still, he figured it was a fair trade. He returned every day for 3 days, each time the hard case told him to wait. Nate waited. He trained with Polly and watched Charlotte trying to reach the girl, wondering if she could ever be strong enough for what he needed. On the 3rd night after dinner, with the Dodgers on television, Polly sat on the floor as far from Charlotte as possible and folded the bear into lotus position. Charlotte asked what the bear was doing. Polly gave her a mean look, but answered that he was meditating. Charlotte pressed gently. Polly explained the bear was a good ninja who went on missions at night, shooting ice cream into the mouths of crying kids with a bow and arrow. Charlotte laughed. Nate admitted he had never heard that story. Polly replied that he had never asked. She and Charlotte shared a look, and something clicked into place between them. Maybe it would be enough. On the 4th day, the bartender set Nate's beer down, gave a nod that clearly wasn't meant for him, and Nate heard footsteps approaching from behind. He wondered if this would be the bullet he never felt coming. A man slid onto the next stool. The black hand tattoo on his bicep marked him as La M for life. His eyes confirmed it. Nate heard the voice scrape out like it had been dragged through 1,000 cigarettes. He confirmed he needed a job done. The man observed that Nate looked like the type who preferred to handle his own work. Nate gave his full name and saw no flicker of surprise. The man already knew exactly who he was. He stated he wanted to put a big name in the hat, someone on the inside. The man told him to settle the beer. They were taking a ride together. Nate mentioned his daughter was waiting in the car. The man smiled and introduced himself as Chato, swearing on his mother's name that the girl would be safe. A council in Frogtown was waiting. Nate weighed the man and realized he had no real choice but to trust him. He hoped Chato truly loved his mother. They rolled through the city in a 2-car caravan. Chato drove hard. Nate ran reds to stay close, his cop paranoia spiking with every intersection. Polly sat shotgun, eyes on the passing streets, growing taller and faster through time than the world around her. They parked beside the concrete canyon of the L.A. River, downtown's smog-softened skyline in the distance. Polly let the bear swing from her hand as they crossed into the apartment courtyard. Nate and Polly stayed 2 steps behind Chateau. The ring of units was dead silent. No cooking smells, no music, no children. This was no apartment building. It was a fortress. 2 baby gangsters barely older than Polly tried their hardest stares on Nate. He let it pass. The bear waved cheerfully. The boys faltered, confused. Nate's short laugh died under fresh thoughts of how gunslingers die. The attached community center smelled thick with weed, spilled beer, sweat, and gunpowder. Nate knew an empty room inside meant he was already dead. He walked in anyway. The space was packed with veteran Laem carnales, old school and battle-worn bodies, mapped with shank scars and bullet holes, knuckles inked with words like love/hate and iron will. Seeing them ease something in Nate's chest, they would listen. He would live at least another 5 minutes. At the center sat Boxer Rios, radiating absolute king power. Aztec war gods crawled across his skin. Scarred knuckles spelled stays down. His eyes were empty rooms. Boxer asked if he was the one giving Aryan Steel all the trouble, him and the little shika. Polly answered without hesitation that she was a goddamn badass. The bear nodded agreement. The room laughed. Boxer called her a little badass who was bad for white boy business. Nate told her to hand over the cash. She pulled a brick of $5,000 from her backpack and walked it to Boxer, then returned to Nate's side. Boxer counted it with his eyes and asked what Nate thought he was buying. Nate answered that he was buying their lives. Boxer said the green light was white boy business, not his to lift, but asked who Nate wanted put in the hat. Nate named Crazy Craig Hollington. Boxer smiled at the sheer nerve of it. Nate said he could not reach the man himself, but they could, and offered more money if needed. Boxer replied that taking out the president of Aryan Steel was a seller's market. Nate mentioned the Cold War between Laem and the Steel, suggesting the next president might be friendlier. Boxer warned him not to overstep and lecture on Laem business. Nate asked for the price, any price he could pay. Boxer said the cash bought safe passage out the door and nothing more. They had nothing else he needed. Nate stepped forward and whispered his final offer close to Boxer's ear. Boxer acknowledged the balls but refused. It was too big. Nate felt the floor drop away. This was his only chance. He tried to press, but Boxer cut him off and ordered them to leave. Then Polly spoke, walking straight to Boxer before Nate could stop her. She pointed at the tattoo over his heart and asked if Gracias Madre meant thanks to his mom. Boxer confirmed it. She touched the cartoon woman's face beneath the words and told him Crazy Craig had killed her mother, who had never hurt anyone. Tears thickened her voice. The carnales traded stunned glances and looks of respect. Boxer took her chin in his stay/down hand, mussed her bright hair, and said maybe there was something after all, but he would need to check with the inside. Polly turned back to Nate with a lightning-fast private smirk only he could see. Fooled them. He had never been so terrified of her. Park hated prisons. They smelled of shit and armpits, sounded like the inside of a broken mind, and the lights were always wrong, blinding or dim. He hated prison leads even more. They always came with an angle. Never pure truth or justice, yet they could not be ignored, because some of them turned out real. In the 2 months since his phone call with Polly McClusky, his own life had drained to gray. Leads had dried up. He had pieced together the murder of Ground Chuck Hollington and the resulting Aryan Steel greenlight. He had even located the Susanville kid who had warned Nate the night before the plan hit. Crazy Craig's single mistake in waiting for a dramatic release day irony. The kid's only reason for helping. Nate had never fucked with him. But Nate's current whereabouts remained a blank. Media interest had evaporated the moment. A starlet was found floating dead in a Hollywood Hills mansion. Cases piled on. Park could not regain any momentum. Then 2 days ago, Miller passed a tip. Aryan Steel heavyweight Dick Carlisle in Lompoc wanted to talk. Unusual, since Dick had never snitched before. Park drove up the coast telling himself not to get hooked again. Dick sat in the interrogation room like he owned the table. Legs spread wide, eyes that made you check your wallet, smile like pure fuck you. Park kept it simple. Help me, and I help you. He asked what Dick wanted. Dick requested a favor to be named later, voice layered with the smooth manipulation of a career cell block player. Park agreed to an ask, but refused to be owned. Dick claimed he was simply trying to be a good citizen. Park slid Nate's photo across the table. Dick asked if they thought Nate had killed his own woman. Park said no. He believed they had done it. Dick covered his surprise almost well enough. Dick confirmed Park was hunting Nate. Park reminded him kidnapping remained a crime. Dick said he just did not want the tip to waste anyone's time. Park recognized the first angle sliding into place. Park wanted the target kept alive and close enough to reach. Dick saw straight through it. So, Park didn't deny the obvious. Dick pushed back, claiming he wasn't anyone's Aryan Steel messenger. Park rose to leave. Dick mocked him with a crude imitation, slanting his own eyes and laughing hard at the racist bit. Park had never beaten a man purely for pain. He stood frozen, unsure how to begin. The hesitation let the moment slip. Dick stared at him with raw contempt, eyes delivering a brutal, stripping challenge. Dick sneered that if Park couldn't handle it himself, he should call in a guard. They didn't mind roughing inmates up. Park gripped the table edge until his knuckles cracked, forcing calm over the rising fury. He demanded the information. Dick delivered it coolly. Word placed a target in Los Angeles, systematically dismantling steel operations, seizing large quantities of crank and collected taxes. The man had grown flush with cash but showed no sign of stopping, vowing to continue until the top leader canceled the standing order against him. Park dismissed it as likely exaggeration. Dick countered by pointing to a recent Chinatown shootout, insisting the target, Nate, and the girl with him had become dangerous fugitives, a clear threat. Park pressed how any of this would actually locate him. Dick revealed there was a woman named Charlotte Gardner who had joined them. Finding her would lead to the pair. On his way out, Park checked prison records and confirmed Charlotte Gardner appeared on Dick's approved visitor list, with frequent visits that had abruptly ended 2 weeks earlier. The angle was personal revenge against the woman. The realization steadied Park, sharpening his sense of control and sending a quiet thrill through him that he kept carefully hidden. He now understood the Steel's position. All that remained was charting his own move. Frogtown. Boxer had warned the wild white kid against teaching him the rules of this game, and he had meant every word. Yet when the white kid leaned close and offered to kill anyone Boxer and LAM named, even the President of the United States, smiling as he died, if LAM would protect his daughter, Boxer's strategic mind raced across the mental board and settled on one name, Hangtree. Hangtree lay in the high desert just north of the border, a shimmering haze of meth labs and mirages. Once Sinaloa moved product through it freely, then a sheriff named Hauser seized control. Hauser favored certain white elements and ran his own brutal version of order. He carved out territory for local meth cooks on the ruins of an old army base, turning himself into the desert's meth lord alongside his deputy. Stories claim the deputy enjoyed snatching cartel runners, feeding them experimental drug cocktails in pursuit of mind control theories, his eyes wild with fanaticism. Mostly Hauser simply robbed passing loads and released the runners, his badge granting total impunity. Not all survived. Some cartel men vanished into the desert, their bodies left for coyotes that had grown fat on human flesh and learned to crack teeth on hidden buckshot. LAM wanted Hauser eliminated yet recognized the danger. Brown hands killing a white American cop in the desert could trigger massive retaliation, even military strikes deep into Sinaloa. Hauser knew his leverage and acted fearless. Months earlier, Hauser had seized one of their mules, Luis. When Luis's gutted body turned up, open just to retrieve swallowed balloons, Boxer's blood boiled. He entertained fantasies of revenge, but always lost when he played the long game. LAM would never authorize a hit on a white cop. Some people seemed untouchable. Until the crazy white kid appeared, ready for anything. And when the fierce girl showed Boxer her own scars, It tore open old wounds inside him. Why not? No one was truly untouchable. If a president could fall, this dirty cop could too. The white kid's race provided perfect cover. Any fallout would be blamed on lone white insanity, not la aim. Even if captured alive, the Steel would silence him quickly. Boxer sent coded messages to the leader in Pelican Bay. The plan kept Laemi's hands clean. Approval came. Greenlight the desert cop. Send the white kid. Eliminating the Aryan Steel president would hurt business short term, but only if the kid survived. If he died in the attempt, no price would be paid. The standing order on the girl would remain. Boxer disliked the compromise, but recognized the cold business logic. Later, Boxer met the white kid alone and laid out the assignment: assassinate a corrupt cop inside his own dirty desert stronghold. The kid kept his expression steady, though fear showed in the rapid pulse at his throat. His eyes gleamed a little too brightly, a little too wet, but his voice came out firm when he accepted the job. Koreatown, North Hollywood. One final night. That was all Nate could claim. He needed it to feel right. Polly remained unaware of his meeting with Boxer or the deadly price he had accepted. Charlotte had no idea what he would soon demand of her. Neither knew he planned to leave before dawn. He took them to a Korean barbecue spot. They gathered around the table's central grill as meat sizzled and charred. They wrapped the strips in crisp lettuce. Polly skipped the kimchi, poking at it suspiciously before refusing and focusing on the meat instead, dipping her wraps in hot sauce with grease shining on her chin as she laughed freely. Charlotte laughed too. Beneath the table, her hand rubbed his leg warmly. She leaned close and murmured how pleasant the evening felt. Nate wished he could freeze that exact moment forever. But time refused to pause. Much later, after Polly had fallen into heavy, meat-sated sleep, Nate lay tangled with Charlotte in their sweat-slick rhythm. He inhaled the scent of her damp hair at the nape while reflecting on how easily care and use could coexist. Then her nails raked his neck and thought dissolved entirely. In the quiet dark afterward, Nate explained the task ahead and what he needed from her. She offered no resistance. She simply pressed closer, breathing in his scent, and asked when he would depart. Tonight, he told her. Would she carry it through? She answered that she would. They moved silently through the house. He packed lightly, taking only a handful of cash and leaving the rest behind. Charlotte kissed him with deep urgency. Polly slept curled nose to nose with her bear. Nate lingered in the shadows, watching her, feeling as though invisible hooks tore pieces from his chest. He climbed into the battered green truck and pointed it toward the high desert. Polly watched the freeway blur past and felt the old neighborhood slide by, like a dream that had been cut apart and stitched back crooked. The street seemed narrower, the houses tilted at wrong angles, the sky smeared with a sickly haze that didn't belong to the place she had known her whole life. Everyone who mattered was gone now. She should have seen it coming. She had let herself believe his promises because she was a fool. All the books and tests in the world meant nothing when it came down to it. She had been stupid enough to think they were a real family. Charlotte gripped the wheel with bloodless knuckles, chewing the skin around her nails the same nervous way Polly once had. She kept stealing glances across the seat without quite meeting Polly's eyes, still shaken from the outburst earlier that morning. Good. Let her stay scared. An hour earlier, Polly had slammed into Charlotte's room, heart hammering so hard it pulsed in the roots of her teeth, every living thing inside her writhing and clawing to get out. She had demanded to know where he had gone. Charlotte tried to soothe her, calling her honey, saying he had left for her sake. Polly pointed out the missing bag, the missing guns, her voice thick with the things squirming up her throat. She accused Charlotte of ruining everything. Charlotte insisted they would simply wait for him. Polly shot back that he needed her, that he couldn't do this alone. Charlotte answered flatly that he already had. The writhing pressure inside Polly broke loose. She hurled the bedside water glass against the wall. It cracked and sprayed. When that wasn't enough, she lifted the lamp high. Charlotte seized the other end, warning her that Nate was out risking his life for her and she needed to calm down. Polly let go. A wide, aching smile stretched across her face even as the rage boiled. She asked exactly where he had gone. Charlotte tried to stall. Polly repeated the question until Charlotte admitted it was somewhere in the desert. Polly declared they were going after him. Charlotte protested. Polly screamed then, a raw warrior sound that made Charlotte flinch and shrink. For the first time, Polly felt older, in charge. She ordered Charlotte to get the keys and said she would grab the bear. 10 minutes later, they were rolling away from the building. As they pulled onto the street, Polly noticed a handsome Asian man walking toward the complex. Something about him looked familiar, but the car carried her past before she could place him. Hangtree Slaptown. Nate lay on the desert floor fighting for breath, while a condor circled high in the hard blue sky and Sheriff Hauser stood over him, calmly reloading the odd little rifle. A dead meth runner sprawled nearby, neck twisted the wrong way, tire tracks stamped across his chest. Torn fences and broken skulls littered the ground. Another man in nothing but a plastic apron fled screaming as scrub tore at his bare ankles. An overturned pickup smoked in the distance. Nate's lips moved without sound, shaping the only words that mattered. Polly, I'm sorry. He had driven straight through the night, radio tuned to a faint AM station, pumping endless rock songs about space trips and electric vampires, the signal thin and lunar. Joshua trees hunched black against the star-packed sky like twisted sentinels. The empty highway ran beside long freight trains sliding out of Mexico. Flat land rolled forever, dotted with scrub and weathered houses. Hangtree looked poisoned, irradiated. Black smoke poured from something burning across a field. Packs of feral, half-blind chihuahuas fought and mated and scavenged in the gutters. Locals drifted past either bloated or skeletal, all of them carrying the same blasted expression. At the edge of town diner, Nate forced down stale toast and worked out the murder plan. The desert stretched 40 or 50 miles in every direction before the next highway. He would need a solid head start or the roads would be sealed before he could escape. His brother's ghost whispered in his head that this had always been a one-way trip. But Nate thought of Polly and built an escape route anyway. He left a $100 tip, grabbed candy bars and water at the register, then drove out towards Slabtown using the map Charlotte had sketched. Gravel crunched under the tires as he climbed the low hills. A lone tree hung with dozens of shoes stood against the sky like the town's flag. He parked off-road, crept to the crest, and crouched. Below lay half a dozen concrete slabs with trailers perched on them. A goat-head pentagram scarred the dirt. One lab trailed white vapor from a chimney hacked through its roof. Melted doll heads lined its edges like grotesque totems. Broken glass glittered down a gully, and wind chimes of shattered bottles clinked in the breeze. The camp looked mostly empty, except for the doll head lab. After a while, the apron man stepped out, sat bare-assed on the gravel, and stared at nothing. Nate waited on the hill with the sawed-off across his lap, thinking how fate was nothing holy, just blood passed down, carrying its own momentum. He could blame the blood or himself. Either way, he had come here to kill a stranger riding the same dark current, murder the meth cook, draw Hauser out, then kill the sheriff and maybe slip away. Not clean, never clean again, but maybe free. Polly, I'm sorry. He loaded the shotgun at the truck, walked down the slope dodging petrified dog waste, and waited for the slow time clarity to settle over him. It never arrived. All he saw was Polly. He kicked in the lab door, Empty. The apron man had vanished. Through the back window, Nate spotted him sprinting naked across the desert with a long lead, as if he had been expecting company. They had known he was coming. It was a trap. "Polly, I'm sorry." Gravel roared. A pink-skinned cop car crested the far hill, followed by 2 truckloads of armed Slabtown Aryan Steel men. Nate's pulse hammered. Time did not slow. It raced ahead, leaving his breath too slow in his lungs. The lead truck parked. The second began to flank. Nate emptied the pistol through the trailer window, glass exploding, windshield starring. The front truck lurched forward and slammed into the trailer, rocking the whole structure. He dropped the revolver, grabbed the shotgun, and dove out the back door feet first. He hit the ground rolling, scrambled up a chain-link fence, and felt the razor wire slice a hot line across his calf as he dropped to the other side. He ran flat out. Engines roared behind him. Tires chewed gravel. War whoops rose on the wind. He fired the sawed-off once. The blast flattened every other sound into a long hum. Cowboys spilled from the trucks. One man tumbled headfirst from the bed and lay twitching with a broken neck. Nate fired again. The flanking truck swerved, crushed the fallen man, then slammed into a boulder and flipped wheels, spinning uselessly while the rest kept shooting. Death whistled past by inches. Nate sprinted into the open desert behind the lab, dodging sharp cacti as he charged up a low hill. He crested the rise and froze. Another cop car waited on the far side with Hauser already standing beside it, short black rifle raised. Nate swung the shotgun up, but Hauser was faster. The rifle coughed once. The impact slammed Nate backward onto the gravel. A bright red ball of pain exploded through the nerves of his chest. He vomited every scrap of air from his lungs and flopped onto his back fingers, scrabbling desperately across his shirt for the bullet hole. When he held his hand before his eyes, the fingers came away clean. No wound. His body refused every command to rise. Hauser stepped into view, calmly loading another round. Nate tried to speak, but only dry rasps escaped. The words weren't meant for the cop anyway. They belonged to Polly. "Polly, I'm sorry. Polly, I'm sorry. Polly, I'm sort—" Park sped down the interstate, steering with his knees while he dialed Hauser's cell again. He sipped coffee and chewed gum between rings, straight to voicemail for the 3rd time. He left another message, identifying himself as Detective Park from Fontana PD, claiming he was following up on the Nate McClusky lead and had decided to drive out to Hangtree himself. He suggested the sheriff show him around Slabtown. The message was pure cover. Park wasn't paying any courtesy call. He was chasing the same sharp, clean buzz he had felt since barely missing Nate and Polly at the motel. Since leaving Lompoc, he had run pure police work. He traced Charlotte Gardner, visited her empty apartment, and pulled her DMV records. Her string of parking tickets led him to a North Hollywood block where canvassing turned up a woman who recognized both Charlotte and Nate. She recalled a girl with them, but not the one in Park's photo. This one had bright red hair. Park called in L.A. County deputies and located the landlord for verbal permission to enter. Inside, he found clothes for 3 people, drawers yanked open as if they had packed in a rush, and a glass of water with ice still floating. He had missed them by mere hours. Anger surged. He kicked over a trash can. A crumpled hand-drawn map spilled out. Hangtree, then Slabtown marked clearly. While Tech swept the house, Park had phoned Sheriff Hauser, briefing him on Nate, possible travel with a little girl, recent robberies of Aryan Steel sites, banks and storehouses, and a likely destination at the Slabtown labs. Hauser said he would look into it. That had been yesterday. Park waited overnight out of professional courtesy, then hit the road for Hangtree. Minutes after the latest voicemail, his phone buzzed against his leg. He answered. "Park here." Sheriff Hauser's voice came back faint and echoing, as if rising from deep underground. Park told him he had been trying to reach him. Hauser simply replied that he was there now. "Any sign of McClusky?" Park asked. Hauser claimed no trace at all. He had checked Slabtown himself and seen nothing. Maybe Park was chasing a ghost. Park insisted he would come up and look for himself. Hauser's tone shifted, buzzing with something off. He told Park there was no need and that he would call if anything turned up. Park said he would reach Hangtree within the hour. Silence stretched, thick with static tension. Hauser finally instructed him to head straight to the station. Deputy Jimmy Callan would meet him there. Park asked if Jimmy could take him out to Slabtown. More pops and wet hisses came across the line, followed by deep, chesty coughs. Park asked if he was all right. Hauser answered that he was fine, as may whine. Park pressed once more about Slabtown. Hauser replied, "If that's how you want it," and ended the call. The old feeling surged through Park again, like he was a bullet already in flight, no longer in control of where he would strike or what damage he would leave behind. Nate woke choking on wet, coppery phlegm that filled his hands. A bomb kept detonating behind his eyes. The world returned in jagged pieces. He was bouncing in the back seat of a cop car, Hauser up front talking casually into his phone. The sheriff sounded relaxed, almost cheerful, repeating phrases about being fine and agreeing to whatever the caller wanted. Nate pressed fingers to the swollen knot on his cheek where the shot had landed. No blood, no hole. Hauser had used a non-lethal round. Pellet bags from a rifle that dropped a man hard without breaking skin. They had known he was coming. They had wanted him alive. The realization sent a cold spike of fear through him that went deeper than pain. His vision cleared enough to fix on the back of Hauser's head as the sheriff dialed again. Hauser spoke plainly to Jimmy, telling him they were taking the prize to the shack, that the chink cop who had tipped him off was already on the way and asking for Slabtown. He ordered Jimmy to handle it quickly, use one of McClusky's own guns, dump the body in the desert, and call when it was done. No time for experiments. The blunt, everyday tone of the murder plan terrified Nate more than anything else. The car rolled to a stop. He sat up slowly and saw the shack ahead, a hellish guard dog chained beside it. This was the place they meant to kill him. Hauser would never have spoken so openly in front of a man he planned to keep alive. Once whatever use they had for him ended, so would Nate. He already sensed he might welcome it when the time came. Slabtown. Slabtown looked as if Venus had crashed to Earth and scattered its storms across the sand. A truck sat crumpled into the front of a trailer, smoke still curling from the wreckage. Bullet holes riddled the walls. Dark red stains marked the gravel. A shapeless lump that had once been a man lay nearby. Farther out in the desert, the apron man dug a fresh hole beside another corpse, his bare backside exposed to the sun. Polly took it all in and knew her father had been here. She could almost taste the air he had breathed minutes earlier. Something had gone wrong. If he wasn't already dead, he soon would be. "I won't let it happen. I won't. Charlotte touched her arm and spoke gently, saying she knew how to handle these people and would question the man digging the grave. Polly stared at her with flat promise of violence until Charlotte snatched her hand back. Polly told her to find out exactly where he was and whether he was still alive. The moment Charlotte's door closed, the car turned into an oven. Polly let the sweat roll. She breathed in and out 3 times the way her father had taught her, focusing only on the air moving behind her nose and swelling her belly. She locked eyes with the bear and let time slip away. Charlotte returned, bringing a rush of cooler desert air. She said there was a shack up in the hills where some crooked cops were holding him. He was alive. For now. Her face betrayed the rest. Hangtree, the high desert. The coffee the deputy gave him tasted like sewage, but Park drank it anyway. Jimmy flashed a grin that suggested a private joke Park wasn't in on. The deputy drove fast and reckless, ignoring lights and limits the way only certain cops could. Hangtree looked like a genuine shithole, yet the lowering sun made the window glass glitter in a way that tickled the backs of Park's eyeballs. Jimmy asked again if he was sure he wanted to go all the way to Slabtown. Park fought the urge to tell the man he looked like a shaved dog. The stray thought triggered an odd bubble of laughter he quickly swallowed. He reminded the deputy he didn't have to come along. The last of the coffee was gritty. He forced it down. Jimmy's smile widened until Park wondered whether the man had spat in the cup. They turned onto a dirt road climbing a hill. Then Jimmy veered right into a wash that barely qualified as a track. Park's kidneys ached from the long day in the car. He pointed out that he thought Slabtown was on an old army base. Jimmy confirmed it was, but claimed this was the back way in. The deputy's eyes seemed to slide toward the sides of his head. His fat face looked even more pig-like, and when he moved, some of the flesh appeared to lag behind the rest. Something was wrong. Not just with the situation or this backwoods cop, but all the way down to the atoms. Park tried to calculate how long it had been since he slept and how much caffeine he had running through him, searching for any rational explanation for the thick vibrations rolling through his body and the nausea twisting his stomach. He ordered Jimmy to stop the car. The deputy gave that same secret smile, his tongue flicking like a wet snake behind his teeth. Park barely held back from vomiting on the spot. Jimmy pulled over. Park stumbled out, dropped to his knees, and emptied his stomach into the rocks. The world barrel rolled around him. Stars smeared and danced overhead. Jimmy stepped up too close, smelling sour like old kimchi. He said he would take that and lifted Park's gun from its holster. Park asked what was happening. Jimmy mentioned MK Ultra. The words refused to line up in Park's mind. Jimmy admitted he had slipped something into the coffee, psilocybin mushrooms he had taken from a hippie. He said the CIA once thought such things could control minds, and he liked running his own little experiments. As far as he was concerned, Park was a pain-in-the-ass outsider, asking too many questions. So here they were. The way his face throbbed in time, with the words told Park it was all true. Mushroom vibrations and adrenaline surged through Park, his thoughts screaming that he was going to die. Yet the raw animal panic sat only skin deep. Beneath it swelled something heavier, darker. Jimmy asked what colors he was seeing. Park told him he looked like a shaved dog and burst out laughing, then laughed harder at his own reaction. The sound unraveled inside him, threatening to unravel everything. Jimmy cursed that he was worthless. No wonder the CIA had abandoned the project. Park dropped onto his back. The cold earth pressed against him as he stared up at the trembling sky. His skin met the air with no barriers left. He and the sky and everything were one vast ocean. Jimmy's pig-eyed face drifted into view. He squinted down, then drew his pistol and aimed it at Park's face. This was the moment Park had chased all along. Not the case, not saving the girl, only death. He saw it clearly now and surrendered completely. Everything grew calm. Time to die. Then sudden doubt flooded Jimmy's expression. He holstered the gun and muttered that he would use the Peckerwood's weapon instead. As he walked away, Park tilted his head to watch him head to the car and open the trunk. Park sat up, dazed that he was still alive. He glanced behind himself, half expecting to see his own body on the ground, but he remained flesh and blood. If he could face death so easily, nothing could stop him anymore. His hand found a sharp volcanic rock beside him. It felt made for what came next. Park gripped the rock, crouched low, and crept toward Jimmy. Jimmy turned with a sawed-off shotgun, gaze sweeping over Park's head. Park swung the rock down hard. It sank perfectly into Jimmy's knee. The big man collapsed. The desert rippled under Park's feet as he ran, each stride shaking the world. He plunged into the scrub. Jimmy shouted threats and fired. Pellets whipped past, their paths visible in the air. Park chased him straight into the night. Dust motes swirled in the last orange light inside the shack as the sun sank low. Nate watched him shapeshift into fleeting images, a bird, a flower, a bear, while he tried not to dwell on what was coming. Hauser tied him to the chair, sweat pouring down his face in the stifling heat. Nate felt no sweat of his own. His body had none left. The dust motes briefly formed Nick's face behind Hauser. His brother nodded once, then dissolved. Hauser identified him as Nate McClusky, the scourge of Aryan Steel, and mentioned both him and his girl in the same breath. Nate warned him sharply to leave her out of it. In his mind, Nick gave him a silent attaboy. Hauser told him plainly he would die here tonight, offering no false hope. The only things Nate could still control were how easy the dying would be and what happened afterward. Nate answered that he believed him. Hauser pressed about the Sun Valley stash house job and the money or drugs he must have hidden somewhere. Nate insisted they had dumped everything. Hauser didn't buy it and threatened to start hurting him. He showed a curved fishhook knife. Nate stayed silent, voice untrustworthy. Inside, terror clawed at him as he silently told Nick how scared he was. His brother's ghost answered that the only way out was through. Hauser warned that he took no pleasure in this, unlike Jimmy, but would do what was necessary. Nate repeated they had flushed it all. Hauser said he would only believe it from the girl's own mouth and suggested Nate tell him where she was instead. Nate shook his head. Hauser began cutting. The pain peeled back layers Nate had never touched before, reaching a deep core of himself he hadn't known existed. He emerged on the other side slick with sweat and blood, no longer sure where he ended, and the night began. Hauser wiped the blade clean. Hauser demanded the money or the daughter. Nate twisted against the biting ropes and cursed him. Hauser warned this was no country song and offered to end it if he talked. Nate refused, now and forever. The knife worked in shallow stabs and deeper slices. Something flapped wetly against Nate's face. He reached for Nick's ghost, but found only emptiness. He was utterly alone with the shack, the blade, and the man wielding it. A seal broke inside his mind. Words wanted to spill out, but something deeper than pain or brotherhood held them back. That core knew Polly and kept her safe. The cutting finally stopped. Nate floated in blurred vision as new shadows filled the room. Hauser answered his phone, speaking curtly, asking what, where, cursing, then ordering Jimmy to keep Park in the desert while he dealt with him. He would find him himself. Hauser stepped into the bright doorway and left. The pain remained. Polly felt the car grind up the dark hill, moonlight sketching the pebble road's curve. The shack rose ahead as a black block against the sky, Venus winking overhead. She knew he was inside. She jumped out before the wheels stopped, bear clutched tight against her chest. Venus was her home planet. She strode to the gate. A thick chain threaded through it. Power surged through her. She could snap it in two. A shadow peeled from the darkness and slammed into the fence. The dog erupted in jagged snarls, yellow teeth flashing, death stench rolling off it. It reared on hind legs, paws in the chain link, face inches from hers, ropes of drool swinging, scars slashing its nose, pure murder in its eyes. Charlotte cried out behind her, but Polly shut it out. This was hers now. She drew 3 slow breaths, gaze fixed past the beast on the rope beside the shack. On the final exhale, she glanced at Charlotte and declared they were getting him. Charlotte protested about the dog. Polly pointed out the rope and said she was climbing the fence. When the dog was secured, Charlotte could follow. Polly scaled the chain link with the bear in one hand. The dog growled like grinding stones and snapped at her toes, tearing the sneaker's rubber cap. Hot breath soaked her sock. Saber teeth raked skin. Red pain flared. She yanked free, leaving the shoe behind. The dog shook it savagely. Charlotte called for caution. Polly kept climbing. She swung a leg over the top. The dog waited below, slobber streaking its chest, scarred face twisted with rage. For a heartbeat, she pitied the animal and wondered who had twisted it into this monster. The bear looked up at her. It pressed its paws together and bowed like a warrior. She bowed back as best she could, then told it she loved it and tossed the toy over the dog's head into the yard. The dog lunged, seized the bear, whipped its neck in a killing shake, pinned it, and ripped. Stuffing exploded. Polly dropped from the fence, hit dirt hard, and sprang onto the dog's back before it could turn. It bucked with raw muscle. She slipped, scrambled, locked her legs around its heaving belly. She slid her left arm under its thick neck, hand meeting bicep exactly as her father had taught, and cinched the choke. The dog thrashed, claws raking her legs in bright flashes of pain. It snapped inches from her face, teeth clacking, rot flooding her nose. She pressed her whole body down, forearm driving upward, hugging the throat with everything she had. Growls vibrated through her arm. Legs buckled. The sounds turned to desperate wheezes. She kept squeezing until the dog went limp all at once and dropped them both into the gravel. She released, stood as the world spun once, then steadied. She fetched the rope, looped it through the collar, and tied it securely to the fence. The dog snorted, still dazed. She worked calmly, doing it right. Finished, she retrieved the ruined bear, split open, blue and white stuffing spilling, and sank to the ground. She hugged it close, rocking back and forth, whispering that it had been so brave. Charlotte hopped the fence while Polly rocked out of reach. The dog shook its head, clearing fog. Charlotte saw the iron resolve burning behind the girl's eyes and gasped. The full weight of what Polly had just done crashed over her, the craziest thing she had ever witnessed. A sharp, shattering laugh escaped her. Polly stared up, as if Charlotte were the one who had lost her mind. Polly asked whether the dog would be all right, saying someone must have hurt it badly to make it that way, and that none of it was its fault. She handed over the torn bear. Charlotte's mouth hung open, tongue drying in the night air. Polly picked up a rock and raised it to smash the doorknob. Charlotte suggested trying the handle first. Polly turned it. The door swung open. She dropped the rock and stepped inside. Charlotte followed. A sour, sweet smell of old and new blood thickened the air. The same odor Charlotte remembered from her uncle's deer-season shack. Polly stood in the doorway. Nate's voice drifted out, cracked and ancient, calling for Nick and insisting he had revealed nothing. Polly ran to him. Charlotte followed. Rough twine bound him to the chair. Purple furrows circled his wrists where he had fought the rope raw. Pink flesh dots dotted his skin, cigarette burns. Blood bibbed his chest and face, darker fluid wept from stab wounds. Polly wrapped her arms around him fiercely and told him it was not Uncle Nick, it was her. And he was never leaving again. Charlotte said they had to untie him. Nate lifted his head slowly toward her. Charlotte's mind reeled at the wrongness. One clear blue gunfighter eye staring back, the other a dark red pit. They had taken his eye. Park hunched low, zigzagging through the scrub as the desert hunted him. The night blazed with 1,000,000 stars stretching to infinity above, while rock and cactus reached the same endless horizon below. Staring at the pulsing sky, he tripped over a rock, tumbled down a slope, and slammed into a cactus. Spines pierced his skin, letting cold air touch raw flesh. He no longer wondered why the deputy had fed him the mushrooms, or why he was being hunted. None of it mattered. He was only vibrations now. He forced his mind back to the present and climbed a ridge to find his bearings. At the crest, he turned slowly until he spotted the distant lights of Hangtree. A bullet cracked past his ear, tracing a bright red line through the dark. He slipped outside himself for a moment and saw his own silhouette outlined against the sky, a perfect target. They had found him. Another gunshot flashed from the valley below. A lone figure moved sure-footed through the scrub. It wasn't Jimmy. Park knew it was Hauser, advancing fearlessly because Park had no weapon. Park slid down the far side of the hill. Barbed wire from an old fence snagged his leg and yanked him down. He tore a yard-long strand free. Rocks shifted on the slope above, Hauser descending. Park had passed through something. The mushroom buzz was gone. He felt nothing, not even sure he existed. Walls between him and the world were mere ideas. Death would change nothing except the idea of him. Still, he chose not to die tonight. Desert cold seeped into his bones. He drank it in until he felt cold-blooded, exactly like the lizard that crawled across his foot. He and the desert were the same now. Hauser moved uncertainly down the hill. Park circled behind him in total silence. Some ancient instinct made Hauser spin and raise his gun. Park knocked the barrel aside. The shot exploded, blinding and deafening them both. They grappled blindly on the desert floor. Hauser slammed Park's head into the dirt. Colors burst behind his eyes. Park bucked hard, then wormed backward and yanked the barbed wire free from beneath him, just as Hauser lunged again. Hauser seized his skull once more. Park slipped the wire loop around the sheriff's neck and yanked with both hands. Blood sprayed hot across his skin. Hauser thrashed and squealed. Park made sounds too, sharing the death. He watched the man's soul flutter away like white smoke, heard the ghost pass. When it was over, he left the body for the desert. Park spotted a shack on a nearby hill and followed a road toward it. Headlights suddenly flared from below, blinding him. Jimmy stepped out of the car, shotgun raised, a dark streak against the night. Jimmy demanded to know where the sheriff was. Park answered that he was everywhere, wearing a fresh bib of Hauser's blood still warm in the moonlight. Jimmy cursed and leveled the shotgun. Park walked straight toward him, arms open, ready to dive into the barrel. Everything felt like music, every breath and starlight tingling through him. Jimmy kicked him down, stepped back, and smiled as he aimed. Park smiled back and spread his arms wider, welcoming whatever came next. A sudden hiss cut through the night. Both men turned as a dark car rolled silently down the hill with no headlights. It struck Jimmy head-on, launching him into the air. He crashed down headfirst, body twisting unnaturally. The car slid to a stop, brake lights glowing red. Charlotte sat behind the wheel. Polly rode shotgun, her young face hardened far beyond her years, a gun pointed at Park. He still had his arms raised from moments earlier. One gunman traded for another. The absurdity made him laugh. Polly recognized him as the man who had offered to help on the phone and asked why he was here. Park said he was here to help and stepped closer. He noticed her torn bare with its stomach split open and murmured in quiet dismay. A weak croak rose from the back seat. Polly said the shape back there wanted to talk to him. Park moved to the rear. The seat was slick with gore. Nate McClusky lay cut open and oozing, one eye missing. Nate fixed him with his single remaining eye and asked if he had gotten the sheriff. Park nodded before he could decide whether he should admit it. Nate told him to pin the killing on him. Park stood silent as Nate lay back with a faint smile. Polly urged Charlotte that they had to go, then asked Park if he would be okay. He said yes and thanked her for asking. She thanked him for looking for her and said he didn't have to anymore. They needed to get her father to a hospital. Park watched the car head down the road toward Hangtree until its lights vanished. Alone again, he stood beside Jimmy's cruiser, stripped off his bloody shirt against the sudden cold, climbed inside, and drove away into the desert. It hurt Polly to look at him, a sharp ache blooming dead center in her chest. Her heartbeat hammered the same urgent rhythm. Save him! Save him! Save him! He had refused any hospital. He told Charlotte to drive them somewhere safe to hide. She took them high into the mountains, to a place called Big Bear. Evergreens rose like fortress walls beside the road, while cold air made Polly shiver. They found a rundown resort with cabins tucked among the trees. Under cover of darkness, they helped him inside, Charlotte and Polly bracing him on either side. Small pain sounds escaped him with every step. She knew how much he hated her hearing them, so she acted as if she hadn't. Charlotte left to find food. Polly washed his wounds the way she had done many times before. She told him it was over now and they could go to a hospital. He said not yet. If he surfaced, he would be dead soon, and the man named Boxer might not honor any debt to a corpse. He had to stay hidden until Craig Hollington was gone. She begged him, voice cracking, saying she couldn't lose him. He asked her to keep taking care of him because she was the best at it, and then they would go to Perdido. They survived on white bread, cheese sandwiches, and gas station tamales. Charlotte checked the lodge computer every day for news. For a while, her dad's face was everywhere. A manhunt, Detective Park hailed as a hero, Nate McClusky branded a cop killer on the run. Park had done them the quiet favor of never mentioning Charlotte. Polly cleaned his wounds daily, cut his food, and packed cotton into the empty socket where his eye had been. He claimed it didn't hurt. She knew he was lying, but she let the lie stand. When they were alone, he talked for hours, sharing family stories she had never heard. He spoke of his brother Nick and the motorcycle stunts, the lightning-fast cage fight. She told him how she had fought the dog. He clapped, took her face in his rough hands, and said he was proud. His one good eye glistened. So did hers. They spun daydreams about Perdido, how she would turn brown in the sun, how he would become a great fisherman, how the bear would learn to surf. His body formed scar tissue, but some wounds refused to close. Fever burned under his skin. Charlotte bought him 2 canes so he could reach the bathroom alone. Once Polly glimpsed him sitting there, shirt lifted. The stab wounds looked black, and she had to turn away before the sight broke her. Charlotte sewed the bear back together. Polly gave it to her dad because he needed it more. The two of them convalesced side by side. He learned to work the bear's limbs almost as well as she could, making it drink from his water bottle, then suddenly clutch its crotch and pretend to pee off the side of the bed. Polly's face flushed hot. She laughed until her stomach muscles shook. He laughed with her, even though the sound tore his wounds open again. She could feel the fever still rising in him, hot purple lines spreading around the worst cuts. One night she woke to see Charlotte gently mopping his brow. Charlotte whispered that it was getting worse. He answered from the dark that he was not moving until the deal was finished. A few days later, Polly sat watching him sleep when Charlotte came through the door with the news. Craig Hollington was dead, stabbed in his Pelican Bay cell with blades tied to broom handles. He had bled out overnight. The whole prison was locked down. Her dad smiled. He had been listening all along. He opened his one good eye, took her hand, and said there was just one more thing he had to do. Sit down with them. She protested, terrified she could swallow him whole to keep him safe. He explained he needed them to know he was still out here and still dangerous. She begged him not to go. He was hurt too badly. He told her it had to be done, and after everything she had done to save him, she had to let him finish this last small thing. She agreed, then Perdido. He rose from the bed using the two canes. Charlotte and Polly helped him shower. His body was all muscle and scars, red veins threading the skin. They dressed him, slipped on the drugstore eye patch, tucked their last pistol into the back of his waistband. He moved painfully slow. They loaded the car. He shuffled to the back seat like an old man and collapsed, breathing hard, skin slick with sweat. Polly climbed in beside him. Charlotte drove them back down out of the mountains toward Los Angeles. Near Castaic, at a rest stop before the meeting, Charlotte pulled over so he could change his blood-soaked shirt. He wouldn't let Polly watch. She turned away, but caught his reflection in the window glass. Every cut looked like a gutter carved into him. They would see how weak he was, she thought. They would see it and fight, and everything would be lost. The meeting was set for a truck stop diner. Charlotte parked in the back. He refused the canes. He said he was walking in alone. Charlotte offered to help. He lifted a hand to silence her. They could not know how badly he was hurt. Polly came out first and opened his door. She watched him breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. He stood, gripping the car. Tiny muscles twitched in his face. He smoothed them away. His shoulders squared. The pain vanished from his expression. He looked exactly as strong as he had that day outside her school a lifetime ago. He smiled at her with nothing but power behind it, then slipped the pistol into the front of his waistband. He told her to bring the bear. It was good for them. They walked into the diner together. The bear dangled from her hand. His palm rested on her shoulder, not for support, but as if he had strength to spare and was giving it to her. He entered strong and sure. Polly followed. The world felt painfully loud. Footsteps, voices, the low hum of the diner, everything sharper than real. They reached a back table where two men waited, one with a brown pride tattoo on his arm, the other with white power inked across his throat. He whispered for her to sit first. She slid in across from them. He eased in beside her. She knew the motion must have burned the cuts on his stomach, but he showed nothing. The brown pride man started to speak. Her dad silenced him by laying his pistol on the table and covering it with a folded newspaper. The white power man protested that the deal had been no weapons. Her dad answered evenly that they were even now, and it was time to talk business. The brown pride man reported that Crazy Craig was dead. Mooney was running Aryan Steel inside now, and the green light on Nate and Polly had been lifted. Her dad nodded once, satisfied. He asked to see the kite. The white power man slid a handwritten note across. Her dad glanced at it, then passed it to Polly and told her to read it aloud because his eyes were not what they used to be. She read the order, lifting the green light on both of them, promising peace on penalty of death, signed by Mooney. When she finished, he nodded again, smiling wide and strong. She wondered where he had hidden all his pain. He told the men they were heading to Mexico until things cooled. But before he left, they needed to hear one thing. If Polly ever came back alone, and so much as a hair on her head was touched, he would find his way back from Perdido, and they would never see him coming. The white power man stared at him, like a child staring at the monster under the bed. He said Mooney had spread the word. The green light was gone, and they were cool. Her dad picked up the newspaper with the pistol beneath it and ended the meeting. He touched her shoulder, and they walked out, without looking back. On the way to the car, he dropped the newspaper into a trash can. It landed with a heavy thunk. Only halfway back did Polly realize what he had thrown away, the gun. He climbed into the back seat and sat up straight. He patted the spot beside him and said he wanted her on his good eye side. She slid in next to him. Charlotte asked if they were good. He answered that they were and told her to drive. Polly watched the traffic behind them as they headed back toward Los Angeles. She said she didn't think anyone was following. The bear shook its head in agreement. Her dad said he thought she was right. They were home clear. As the car climbed higher, Polly felt her father slump sideways like a toppled statue before she could answer him. He pressed his cheek to the cool window glass and muttered that it felt good, that he only needed a short rest. Without raising his head, he reached out, his hand closing around her arm in a firm squeeze. She asked whether the others would follow through on their promises. He answered in a low, tired voice that their words didn't matter. What counted was the raw fear he had seen on the white boy's face. That single look had been enough. It was finished now. They crested the San Fernando Mountains. Below them, the vast bowl of Los Angeles glowed in the dying light. The downtown towers backlit in impossible pinks, oranges, and reds, while the sky behind the city burned. Polly breathed out in quiet wonder. Charlotte remarked that no place on earth matched Southern California sunsets. Polly replied that the beauty came from the dirty air itself, the way light scattered through the haze and trash suspended there, splitting into those vivid colors. Her father agreed it was something, yet Polly noticed his eye remained closed. As the car descended the mountain slope, it felt to Polly as though they were gliding downward toward the city, smooth as flight, while the fiery sky slowly faded into deep purple and then black. They reached the streets of Hollywood before she tried to rouse him again. Park had known where to find her for some time. Her appearance in Stockton had made the news, and had he still been on the force he would have joined the others questioning her. But he had stayed away through a month of medical leave and the 6 months it took to separate cleanly from the department with a solid pension. A full year after that desert night, he finally drove up to Stockton. At her cousin's house, the beer-heavy man first gave him a hard stare, then softened. Once he realized who Park was from the old stories, the cousin quickly told him where Polly could be found, his face tight with fear that seemed to guarantee she was being looked after. Park located the strip mall martial arts studio and stepped inside during a children's grappling class. He stood among the watching parents at the edge of the mat. On the mats, pairs of kids in T-shirts and shorts wrestled, their sweat flying with every scuffle, grunt, and occasional slam. The wiry Brazilian coach called instructions from one corner. Park's gaze moved to the line of duffel bags against the wall. A familiar cherry-brown head poked from one of them. Polly had grown 3 inches and turned ropey with muscle. She grappled a larger boy with a faint mustache, taking his back and fighting for a choke. He powered free reverse position and tried to crank her arm behind her. She resisted stubbornly. She neither won nor lost. When the whistle blew, they slapped hands and she laughed, her river blue eyes bright. During the break, Polly stepped aside to towel the sweat from her face. Park approached. She spotted him from the corner of her eye and turned sharply, instincts sharp as ever. She greeted him cautiously, waiting to see what he wanted. He asked how her home situation was and whether everything felt all right. She said it would do. It had to. When he inquired about Charlotte, she explained the woman was still in Los Angeles and had made a half-hearted offer to live together that clearly wasn't sincere. As for her father, she claimed he had gone south to Perdido because a cop killer could never stop hiding. Her eyes carried their shared secret. Park told her he had heard her father was actually in Los Angeles and had recently ripped off an NDP drug house in Santa Cruz. She gave a non-committal. Huh? He pressed whether it was true. She answered that if they said he did it, then he did. When he reminded her she had placed her father in Perdido, she simply repeated, that must be where he was. He mentioned the body of Aaron Carter, known as A-Rod, a dangerous man they had both crossed paths with. The corpse had been found a week earlier. He hadn't died easily, and word among the Aryan Steel crowd pointed to her father. She looked back at him as if none of it mattered. Park told her what he truly believed, that Nate was dead. She pointed out the contradiction. If he was dead, how could he have killed someone? Park replied that her father had become something else now. A rumor, a legend like Robin Hood or the boogeyman. She stayed silent. He nodded toward the gym bag where the bear's head still poked out and noted that it had survived. She answered that the best thing about not being real was that it couldn't die. Instead of asking who she meant, Park asked whether she felt safe. She said yes, as long as her father lived and people remained afraid of him, she would stay protected. When he wondered what would happen if they ever caught him, her tough expression cracked for a moment, revealing the image of shovels, hard ground, and a long, dark night shared with Charlotte. He acknowledged the point quietly. Silence stretched between them. Park offered to help her find a good school and start toward a normal life. She smiled as though she were the adult and he the child, saying she would never have a normal life, but she had something else instead, and that was enough. She added that she had never been normal anyway. She was from Venus. He asked what she meant. She told him never mind. The coach's whistle sounded. She said she had to go. Park fumbled for words, unsure why he had driven all this way just to confirm she was real. As she turned back, she thanked him for searching for her. It had felt good knowing someone cared. He admitted that during the hunt he had cared only for his own reasons, but he did care now. She called it weird and said later. He stayed and watched her roll across the mat, fighting, losing, then winning again. When the coach called cool down, the kids stretched, shook out their limbs, and drank water while parents rose to leave. As Park headed for the door, music with a heavy bass line started playing. Wild, alive, and free. He didn't know the song, but it seemed to fit her perfectly. The end. Thank you for riding all the way to the end with us, for trusting this story, for staying through every hard mile and quiet moment. Jordan Harper wrote She Rides Shotgun because years of writing network television left him hungry to return to the raw, unflinching crime tales he loved. The idea had lived in rough drafts since around 2012, but the real breakthrough came when he realized the story wasn't Nate's. It belonged to 11-year-old Polly. He'd been afraid to climb inside a little girl's head. That fear sent the manuscript into a drawer for a while. It took courage, and nearly 3 years of rewriting, before the book finally emerged in 2017 as his Edgar award-winning debut. Set against the sun-scorched back roads and motel shadows of Southern California, it's a story shaped by the same streets Harper drove while writing, places that feel as real and unforgiving as the characters who move through them. At its core, She Rides Shotgun is about the ferocious love that blooms when everything else is stripped away. A father learning how to protect, a daughter learning how to fight, and both discovering what family really means when the world wants you dead. It stares straight at cycles of violence, at what we pass down, and at the quiet question every parent and child eventually faces. How far would you go to keep the people you love breathing? Harper later explored similar territory in the acclaimed The Last King of California and Everybody Knows, but this debut remains the one that announced him as a vital voice in modern crime fiction. In 2025, the story hit the big screen in a major Lionsgate adaptation, directed by Nick Rowland, with Taron Egerton delivering a bone-deep performance as Nate and young Anna Sophia Heger, giving a breakout turn as Polly that critics and audiences still can't stop talking about. Harper himself worked on early drafts of the screenplay before stepping back, letting Rowland shape the film's cinematic language, one that honors the novel's brutal beauty while finding its own savage, soulful rhythm. The movie stays remarkably faithful to the book's heart-pounding road trip and its central father-daughter bond, though. Like every adaptation, it tightens some threads and lets the camera carry what pages once described. Production had its own quiet battles, but Rowland found unexpected inspiration in a personal family memory, driving to see his dying grandmother with only a Bee Gees CD for company, and that emotional anchor unlocked the entire film for him. One of the sweetest behind-the-scenes details? Polly's beloved teddy bear, Shy, was modeled directly on Harper's own childhood stuffed animal. He even flew that exact bear across the country so he could take a photo with Anna Sophia Hager at the premiere. A tiny, tender reminder that even in the grittiest stories, something soft and personal survives. If this retelling stirred something in you, the original novel still holds layers no film can fully capture. The inner voice of a girl learning to become unbreakable, the weight of every mile, the ache between every punch. Pick it up. You'll feel the road differently once you've read Harper's words. If tonight's story meant anything to you, I'd be grateful if you liked, subscribed, and left a comment below. Tell me what stayed with you longest. The love, the violence, the ending, or maybe something quieter. Every voice here matters, and your thoughts help shape the next journey we take together. And if you know someone who needs a story about what family can become when the world turns against it, share this with them. Stories like this were meant to be passed along. Until the next road calls, thank you for listening. Stay safe out there.